What happened? Anonymity of the Good evening and welcome to the continuation of last week's EPH meeting. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Councillor Andy Konieczko. I'm Vice Chair of the EPH Committee and I'm standing in this evening for Councillor Stuart Frost, who is unwell. It looks like we have a full house of councillors, which is great, so we will continue on. We got as far as item 6 in the agenda last week, which is the local plan update draft policy framework, and we agreed that we were going to tackle it we were going to look at appendix 2, the policies in appendix 2, so the tracked changes policies, so appendix 2 starting on pages 215 of the packs. We were going to look at the policies in their groupings. We're going to look at each policy in turn. Now, we've got a lot to get through, obviously, tonight. Even though we're just looking at Appendix 2, there's still a lot to do, and we've only got this evening to finish off this work. Next week, we have a separate meeting about the town centre policies, and the week after that, we've got the full council meeting ahead of the PERDA period starting. So I've been told that we've got to get through this tonight. With that in mind, I'm going to propose that we focus most of our time when we're going through these policies on the green boxes, which are the most important bits, which carry the most legal weight. That's not to say that we won't cover anything in white at all, but I think we've got a choice. We either focus quite a lot on the green box section, and then hopefully we cover off all of these policies, or if we go into it in too much detail, if we go into too much detail in the white, there's a risk that we will just run out of time or we won't get to cover all of the policies. Does anyone have any views on that? I know, Laura, you've just raised your hands. So do you want to go first?
Thank you. My concern about that was told last week, that we could, that we were given time, and if we need to, we'll be going into the following week. I've read the papers in some detail, and a lot of what's in the white sections are as concerning, and they support the green box, but it doesn't make reference to issues within the green box. So I'd just like to say that there's some real areas of concern that I have, and I would like to be able to raise those tonight. And I don't know why we aren't able to have another meeting, or why we have to have that town centre strategy on that meeting at that time. And it just seems unfair that we spent all of that time at the last meeting last week, and when we get down to the actual policies and the areas, we've never, as a council, been given the opportunity to discuss them in this detail, and I wish to do that, please.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else have any comments on that? No. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we completely ignore the white section. I'm just saying we focus mostly on the green boxes. It's an interesting point about whether we can carry any of this over into next week. I'm looking at officers who may be better placed than I to tell us whether that's possible. Okay, right. Having taken advice from officers, I think the suggestion is that we try and get through as much as we can tonight. There is the possibility of carrying over to next week if we really have to, but we want to try and avoid that because we've got a busy agenda next week with the with the town centre planning. So I would ask us to, if we can keep the questions brief on the white sections. Laurie, if you've put in the prep and you've got your comments, by all means make them. But if we can, as a rule, generally try and focus on the green and get as much of this done this evening as possible, that would be hugely appreciated. Okay, in that case, let's crack on straight away. So the first set of policies, if you have a look on page 216, is the delivery of strategy and overarching policies. This is policy CC1, SS2, SS6, SS8 and SS10. Joe, do you want to give us a brief introduction on that before we go into the policies themselves?
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to say with these policies, they're slightly different to the appendix list. So this is slightly different from what the rest of them are like. So what we've got first is the overarching climate change policy. I think from there, if we go and take the other three more detailed climate change policies at the same time, so that's the order that they're actually in the main body of the document. So we'll go from CC1, then you've got MP 8, 9 and 10. We take all of those climate change policies together, and then you've got 4 strategy policies. I think we said before that the majority of the spatial policies are coming to committee in June, so these are only 4 of them, and they're quite specific in a way, so that's why we've brought them here rather than next time to the proposal.
Okay, thank you for that, Joe. Okay, so let's go into policy CC1, which starts on page 220. And we'll begin with the green box. This is a new policy, so everything here is new. It hasn't existed before. So if we start off with the green box, please, anyone have any comments on that? Councillor Mahaffey and Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I've said this before and I'll say it again. This is great to have a carbon neutral ambition in here, but the wording, again, is all directed towards it is an ambition. I would desperately like to see the words used, our expectation is, and I would like listed carbon mitigants, like our expectation is to see solar panels on roofs, ground source heat pumps, electric heat pumps, whatever it is that we think is good, and then that puts the boot on our foot and says to developers, this is what we expect to see. It's up to you to make the argument as to why you shouldn't put those in, because at the moment some of the wording is minimising the whole life greenhouse gas emissions of the new development. What does minimising mean? Unless you've got a bench line, you can't minimise. A lot of the wording in here is sort of an ambition and subjective. I would like to see absolutes in here, so that's what we want. Tell me why you shouldn't do it.
I personally agree with that, and I think the next step of this process is for these documents to be reviewed by Council, and I'm assuming that Council will at that point look at some of this wording and ensure it's sufficiently tight. Is that the case? Good. Okay, that's reassuring to hear. Councillor Carr.
Hello there. Thank you, Chair. I would very much echo the words of Councillor Mahaffey on this. I think we have a very aspirational policy with very few actionable objectives that we can actually put developers to account for. For example, we talk about a climate adapted borough here, but there's very little reference to how exactly we're asking developers to adapt to the climate. There's actually, nothing really here that's actionable and measurable, and I think next time we see this policy, we need to have attached actionable, measurable, quantifiable objectives. I mean, much was raised by residents at the last meeting about a carbon budget. That is something I think we should explore in detail, but it's indicative of the fact we have before us a document that's about general principles, broad statements, modal shift, minimizing emissions. And I think we need to really attach to this really sensible, quantifiable objectives. For example, there's nothing here about heating, insulation, and I think if we want to get this policy to work, we might want to be looking at something like a lower carbon borough as a title for this policy and focus our efforts on that. And then we could perhaps put specific points about how we want the borough's properties to adapt into, say, NP9, which is specifically about, adaptations that we want to deliver. But at the moment, I think, when this hits DCC, I think they'll say, well, there's very little here that's legally enforceable. It's just a load of general sentiments that are commendable, but not really actionable.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo what Councillors Mahaffey and Carr have said. I found myself reading through this and in my head thinking, but how? And the answers weren't there. And I agree that this needs to be more specific and more measurable. And a comment on point J here, directing development to locations that are not susceptible to the risks arising from climate change. In a way, this is more evidence of what we're actually saying here, because all areas are going to be susceptible to damage from climate change. So by saying locations that are not susceptible, it's like we're saying that it's avoidable in some areas, and it's simply not. So what we need to be saying is instead to minimise, to find locations where we can try to minimise the risks of climate change, but we're not going to be able to completely mitigate the chances of the risks.
Thank you. Councillor Golding.
Thank you. We all agree with each other this evening, which is always nice. I think the only caution I suppose I would have is I don't want us to end up being so tightly shackled into what rapidly becomes old technology, in that we're demanding something that in 10 years' time actually has been outstripped. So we definitely need really clear guidance, but we also need some kind of clause in there, like, or alternative improved technologies or something that then allows us to grow and evolve, because hopefully this policy will be standing the test of time.
Thank you, Councillor Golding. Joe, Matt, do you want to respond to that?
So thank you, councillors, for your feedback. I think it's probably just worth pointing out that this is intended to be a kind of very overarching general policy which ties together the strands of how climate change mitigation and adaptation is addressed elsewhere in the plan. So, for example, there's policies in front of you about mitigation and adaptation, as you referred to, MP8 and MP9. But there's also policies about sustainable transport, green infrastructure, flooding. And really the purpose of this policy is just to tie together all those strands and show how they contribute towards addressing the climate emergency. And I wouldn't have thought that CC1 was necessarily your first policy that you would use to refuse an application at DC committee. You would probably support that, but probably the teeth you'd find in other policies in the plan.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor Mahaffey.
I've got a question, Matt. We've also, a lot of us have sat on DC, and you use these policies. These are the bows in your these are the weapons in your armoury. And what's the point of having an overarching general comment when actually you're sitting there and you've made up your mind, or you're trying to make up your mind, saying I like it, I don't like it, and you're looking for the reasons to support the argument that you've come to. So an overarching general thing, I'm not very comfortable with. And also, just picking up on Councillor's all of the comments about metrics. Here is a classic example of where we could put a metric in. We're talking about embodied carbon. And it says focus upon energy and energy efficiency and on-site renewable energy. Embodied carbon will be minimised. Again, we're using that word minimised. Doesn't make sense. Give us a number. We should say, you're the developer. There's plenty of methodologies out there to figure out what the embodied carbon is. Let's go and pick one and say we want you to use that methodology or an equivalent and give us a number. That way, if we have a number, we can compare this development that's coming up in front of us against that one that's coming up next week, and otherwise we're comparing apples and pears.
Matt, or Joe, do you want to respond to that?
I was just going to say that in terms of, the local plan and its purpose, you're absolutely right that it does obviously set out all your development management policies that you use at DC committee. But it's more than that. It also sets out your strategy more widely. So this is really an upfront policy that would really set out the strategy and what the plan is trying to do overall. So this kind of sets your framework, and there's going to be a few policies like that, and then you'll get into your detailed DM policies.
One very quick one, please.
One last one, then I'll be quiet. Agree with setting out the strategy. Shouldn't that be in the white part rather than the green part? Don't answer. It's my observation.
Thank you. Councillor James. Oh. Okay, so any comments on the white section? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to also make a point and just sort of add to what Joe was saying. Our current local plan hasn't got a single policy right at the very front of it, which we apply to all of our decision making in a standard way. And one of the things that having these upfront strategy style policies like this will do is they will actually strengthen our decision making going forward. So they are a more ambiguous form of policy, but they are a little bit more encompassing, and then you would add to your decision making further more detailed policies. And that's one of the things that we do really need to set out up the front, is our very first policy, which is the lens that the whole plan is read through. And that's actually one of the reasons why, you know, I'd like to have one of these all-encompassing general policies at the very front of the local plan, and, you know, it would be hugely beneficial for us. So there's good planning reason why that would be an approach to take.
Thanks, Ruth. Okay, any comments? Oh, Councillor McCormick.
Yeah, I hear what Councillor Hafney et al. Is saying, and I have to say, trying to put my DC hat on, you know, is there any point to having an overarching policy? Well, in DC before now, we have been always raising the concerns we have about the energy efficiency of, and climate credentials of new developments, and often developers say, oh, well, we don't have to do it. What I would like to see on here, I mean, I note that some of the other policies have got targets in, like NP8 on the following page, but I couldn't actually see anything about individual water consumption per household. Water use and waste are rising from the construction use of buildings, but I think we should go a bit further there and actually put a target in there for that, because that is one of the things that we will definitely be having issues with if we build more houses at some point. Our water supply, which is finite, is going to, you know, it's already stressed, as is water supplies around much of the southeast of England, but at some point it will get to a point where it will get so stressed that we won't be able to do any more about it without very careful rationing of water. And I really don't want to get to that stage. I think we ought to head that off at the pass by having some defined targets for water consumption going forward with new properties.
Thank you. Councillor James.
That's in the policy, it's in our future policy, all about water, and there is a defined amount that you can use. So, I think what we need to do is go through it, and then possibly, if we don't think that they've been picked up, and it's again a bit like the EM10, you know, we need to sort of, whether we do that or the officers do that, show us where this has been achieved, and we can tick it off almost.
Agreed.
But, you know, that's there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, fully agree. Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry, Chair, you were hoping for a quick meeting. Just picking up on Ruth's comment there, I fully support what you said about having an overarching lens through which we should look at all the other policies in the local plan, but it doesn't say that, either in the green bit or the white bit. So if that's our approach, then we should say somewhere in here, this is the lens through which we view everything else that goes within this plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that's the green box hopefully covered. Anyone have any comments on the white section, any of the supporting text? No. Okay, in that case, let's move on to the next policy, MP8, energy requirements. Any comments on the green box, please? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to raise a concern about the specific number of homes we're talking about when we talk about embodied energy. We choose a figure of 150 homes as the sort of the point at which that would start to apply. What's the rationale for that? And are we running a risk in setting that figure quite so high that that we could see, 20, 30, 40, 50 homes introduced, an average size development introduced into a community, and it would not be subject to the policy check. I'd be keen to see that number lowered significantly, so it's in the 20s, really.
Thank you. Matt?
I think it's important to recognise that the plan requires all developments of one dwelling or more to submit an energy statement to meet criteria A, B, C and D at the front of policy, and one of which is to demonstrate they can minimise embodied energy. The threshold of 150 may possibly be taken from the London plan or another emerging plan, because the problem is at the moment, as Councillor Mahaffey was just saying, there's lots of different methodologies around embodied energy, and the whole thought process around how you monitor embodied energy, how you measure embodied energy, seems to be changing very, very quickly at the moment. So the thought was to try and keep it more flexible, apart from the really large applications where we have a very specific requirement to submit this very detailed information. And I expect that through supplementary planning document or subsequent guidance, we could be much clearer about how we expected developers to demonstrate that they were minimising embodied energy for all scales of development.
Thank you. Let Ruth respond first and back to you.
What I wanted to add to that is, as other local plans are examined, we're going to start to get a feel for the threshold that other local plans are going to be successful with. We're particularly interested in seeing what that will be, and we'll be able to keep that 150, let's say, under review, and obviously pushing that down. And I kind of hear your point, Councillor Carr. It does feel like it's a really large number, because there's a large number of our developments that are going to be less than that. So we can just keep a watching brief on that actual figure, because there will be lots of different examinations which are going to help to shape our understanding as to those metrics over the 6-12 months. So that's fine.
Thanks, Ruth. Councillor Carr, was there anything you wanted to add?
Just a brief comment to welcome that we're going to keep that under a watching brief, because I think there was an implication there was a degree of choice at the moment in the figure we've chosen, and if there is capacity as these emerging plans are examined to lower that figure substantially, I would welcome that.
Good, thank you. Councillor Mahaffey?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, 2 points. Matt, I'm going to disagree with you again. Sorry. This idea that methodologies for embodied energy is rapidly changing, Fred, I can't believe that. Embodied energy was mentioned in COP2. COP2 was in 1996, and it was well established then. So I'm afraid I don't believe that there's... please don't answer this, because it's just... You say, I say, but I think there are well-established methodologies now which are tried and trusted. But the point I actually wanted to make, Chair, was, and I remember this from a map somewhere, we discussed this previously, this idea of residential development will aim to achieve, again, it's aspirational, let's get rid of that, well, let's say it will achieve an energy use of 35 kilowatt hours per metre squared. Now, I seem to remember that that wasn't the best achievable number that can be done. And I remember us having the discussion at the time of why we're choosing second best. Why not go for the gold standard?
Yeah, and just before you answer that, I'd like to echo that point, because I remember that's something I made on the submission I put in when we had the proformas, which was, if you say the ambition is 35, but you can go up to 60, we all know what developers are going to aim for. And I think as well, from my recollection, it was that the 35 was the best achievable now, but it would... over time, it may not be ambitious enough, but Matt, I'll let you answer that one as an expert.
Okay, I think first of all it's important to see that target in the context that there's a requirement for all new residential development to have a net zero operational energy balance. So therefore, the more inefficient the building's built, the greater the requirement is for the developer to provide renewable energy on site, or in the worst case scenario make a contribution towards it to get back to that net zero position. So therefore there is an incentive for them to build their dwelling to the highest possible energy efficiency standard. What I would say is that through the evidence-based study that WSP did for us, that informed their recommendation that we should be looking for a requirement of around 60 kilowatt hours per metre squared per year. We recognise, however, that there is best practice indicating that by 2030, the London Energy Transformation Initiative is aiming that by 2030, buildings should be built to 35 kilowatts per hour per metre squared per year. So we recognise that is an aspirational target, and one that we should be aiming for, and that may become more achievable during the life of the plan. but the evidence base that we have indicates that the 60 is still a very good standard. According to Letty's work, 140 kilowatt hours per metre squared per year is the average energy use at the moment. So it's still a big step forward on how buildings are built at the moment. The modelling that WSP did to get to this 60 kilowatt figure included triple glazing, mechanical, ventilation, heat pumps. So the building specification to reach the standard is a good quality building in any case. And then we would expect on top of that renewable energy to try and get the building back to that net zero operational energy balance.
Go on, Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry, I'll go on all evening about this. I apologise to everyone. Again, take your point, but there's a standard there. My argument to developers is achieve it. They will find a way of making it economic for them. So that's that point. But then I get what you're saying about where they set their energy use. They've then got to match that with renewable energy. So on the next line there, are we saying on-site renewable energy generation should be maximised and should match the total energy use? So if I build a house with 60 kilowatt hours per metre squared energy, are you saying that I then have to put in 60 kilowatt hours of renewable energy, and if I don't, it's no go on the development? Is that what that says?
So in the first instance, we will look for you to maximise renewable energy on the building, hopefully to reach that 60 kilowatt target. However, if that isn't possible, so where it can be demonstrated it's not technically feasible, so we will be pushing developers to maximise energy on the site as much as possible. Then that balance, if that's not possible, balance can be achieved either through them providing it off-site or funding or paying into a fund, which we would administer to get back to net zero. But we are aware that there are issues with offset funds, so therefore the focus of this policy is to push developers to go as close as they can on site to reaching that net zero balance.
Councillor James.
Mine was just on page 225. It was a little point 4 and 5. The proposal should consider, and it's on the second one, number 5, development should. I just don't think we should be using words like should. I think we need to change the language. Again, it should be what they will or they must. It's just, it's permissive, and we've got to change that mindset.
Yep, noted. Councillor Mahaffey, do you want to come back for a quick one?
A very quick one. When you give developers the option to pay to an offset fund, that's the option they will take. Absolute guarantee it. And we know there are issues with offsets.
Yep, Matt.
I was just going to say we have taken advice from the Centre for Sustainable Energy around this and how we can try and get this wording as tight as possible to give us the greatest possible oomph to try and get them to do it on site. And hopefully this policy will give you members the tools to be questioning developers. Why aren't you doing this? Why isn't the roof fully covered with PV? Why aren't you taking this opportunity that we can see?
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Carruthers.
Yeah, in MP8 we talk about an energy statement to demonstrate how requirements have been met. That's proposals for new dwellings and new non-residential development over 100 square metres. So we talk about an energy statement, and then in MP9 we talk about a sustainability statement. I'm just wondering, are we setting standards as to these statements? Is this something that is an official thing, these statements, or where are we expecting people to get these from, and to what sort of standards are we expecting that to meet?
Matt, it's going to be a very busy evening for you, I think.
We would be reviewing those statements and looking to see if they meet the criteria, if they satisfy us that the developer has met the requirements of the policy.
I think more what I mean is, where do those statements come from? Is that is there an energy statement, and an energy statement has to include certain information, and the same with the sustainability statement?
Yes, so the policy sets out what the statement should include, and I would expect that we would produce some much more detailed guidance once the plan is adopted or certainly at a later stage, to explain exactly how it should be laid out, for example, what calculations it should show, and those types of things. But certainly in the context of the energy statement, we would expect it to demonstrate they're doing all of A, B, C and D set out in the policy, because they will be needing to use that as their tool to demonstrate compliance with the policy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments on the green box? If not, we'll move on to the section in white. Any comments, questions on that? No. Okay. We'll move on to MP9. Before I do that, can I just check with the gallery? Can you hear us clearly? Yeah, because you've given up your evenings to be here. We want to make sure you can hear. If at any time we start becoming you can't hear what we're saying, just put up your hand. We'll do our best to make sure you can. Okay, so MP9, Sustainable Design, Construction and Adaptation. Any comments on the green box there, please? No? If not, then we'll move on to the white section. No. Okay, MP10, renewable and low cost and low carbon energy generation. Green box. Nothing. Oh yes, Councillor Carr.
Only it might be nice to have a line in there that says no windmills in the AONB, please.
That's been noted. White box, white section rather. No, okay, let's move on to SS2, regeneration. Green box, Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry, Chair, it was about MP10. I
Yep,
have been through
okay.
all these policies. Comment.
Thank you. Okay, if we move on to SS2, regeneration, any comments on the green box, any questions? Councillor Watson and Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to know why we've dropped the priority areas of Buckskin, Southam and Norden. When I got back on the council back in 2010, those three particular areas were in that aborted local plan, then the unlawful one, I should say, and they were in the current plan, and now they've been dropped. Is it because it's too difficult to achieve this? You know, because this administration hasn't actually done any regeneration in this particular areas. And is it easier just to regenerate the town centre, the railway station, with high-rise tower blocks? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Should that's a question for... Yeah, Andrew, you go for it, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah. In terms of the reasoning for not retaining those specific areas within the policy, from an officer's perspective, it's quite simply a reflection of two things, really. In the previous MPPF, which was pertinent at the time the current local plan went through the system, there was a requirement to specify particular priority areas. That's no longer in the new MPPF. The other reasoning is that you need obviously an evidence base to underpin that. The evidence base which specifies these particular areas is the strategic approach to regeneration, which I think is over 10 years old now. And as a result, officers feel that if one were to go to an examination relying on that as the evidence base, such an old evidence base would be difficult to use as a valid justification, and hence it's going to be a more prudent thing to do to not specify the areas on the basis of that. The other reason is that the way that the policy is drafted, it is a positively worded policy and would support regeneration within those areas. And there are also other areas where you may want to carry out regeneration, Winkelbury, for example. So it's simply a case of we don't feel that it's necessary to specify those areas. But having said that, absolutely, the policy would support regeneration in those areas if that's deemed appropriate. I hope that helps.
Councillor Bound?
The only thing I was going to add to that, because it sort of builds on Andrew's point, which is absolutely we want to prioritise regeneration, but it also takes into account, we don't need to say specifically where the areas are, because we all know different things trigger an opportunity for regeneration. So again, not sort of tying ourselves up in it's not a priority area, so we don't do it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor James?
Picking up on that, I think it's essential that they stay in as a priority area, and if we need the evidence, we should have a piece of work that's undertaken to do the work. It doesn't mean that we don't do quick wins and we don't look at other opportunities, but the reality is to do any strategic regeneration, it's time consuming, it's hard work, and it's not easy to achieve. But if we don't identify these really complex areas that need strategic regeneration, we're not going to do them. We as a committee were not at all happy with the policy that came forward for regeneration. We asked for it to go away and come back. We never saw it come back. Regeneration has just disappeared. We haven't got a lead officer for regeneration now. We've been trying to employ one for some time. It's as an area of work of this council, it just doesn't exist. It sits at the moment under and other areas, but so I would want to see that this area is remained. It doesn't mean that you won't want to achieve it elsewhere. I also want to pick up on the preparation of proposals will require extensive, and you've got rid of the word full involvement. Well, I don't want that to come out because we all know what consultation means, and it's quite often it's lip service. So I want to see, whereas historically when we had regeneration of Bishop's Green or Popley, there was master planning and it was done right from the early stage with the community, and we had buy-in, and it just makes things achievable. So I want to see full involvement back in. It also talks within the green box again about this, on the last two sections, regeneration should be achieved. And again, regeneration proposals should address. I don't want to use the language like should. I just don't think we should ever, in the green box, be using a word like should. It's, it just gives people a get out of jail. We've got loads in relation to the white.
Yeah, well, we'll come back to the white in a minute, but thank you for that, Councillor James. Tom, you wanted to respond?
Yes, let's come back. Oops. So just to come back on that point about regeneration, so there is a big focus for us. So I'm the strategic lead in the organisation, if you like, at council officer level, to drive that forward. You may be aware that there are workshops next week with members about the Winklebury regeneration scheme that have been arranged, and we do anticipate that an application will come forward very, very soon for that. So it is absolutely a priority, and there is work going on. There's an officer team. I know the officer that you're mentioning that's now left, but there is nonetheless an officer team that is leading on regeneration projects. So just to give you that reassurance that it's not something that's not being progressed, there is work going on.
In that case, could we have a paper come forward on regeneration, because we've been promised that as a committee. We were very unhappy with the paper that came forward. I mean, across party, we dismissed it as a piece of work. So I think that needs to come forward for us for you to demonstrate that. I'm not so sure on that, and I'd like to see that evidence. But again, I want to see a strategic approach in the green box, and I want to see those priority areas retained.
Okay, thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry to labour a point. Can I go back to policy MP10?
Okay.
Or would you like me to wait until we...
No, go for it.
So it was just raising exactly the points I've made. I've reread the first paragraph. We've said will be supported and encouraged where the impact is or can be made acceptable. Acceptable, very subjective word. What does that mean? And then we've taken out the point that I was trying to make. Unless there are adverse environmental, economic or social impacts, including any long-term and cumulative adverse impacts which are not outweighed by the benefit. That's taken away our ability to balance. I'd really like to see that back in.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and I think multiple points being made about words like should and acceptable. So hopefully when we have the council review, this will be picked up, because I agree that it does need strengthening. Okay, any other comments on SS2 Green Box? No, in that case, let's look at the supporting white text. Councillor James, did you say you had some comments on this?
Yeah, in relation to, I'm concerned that you've removed the figure, the 200 net additional dwellings. So why would we have removed that? If we're saying that we are committed to regeneration and we are driving it forward, Thomas said tonight that we're going to be bringing forward Winklebury. I would hope so. It's been a long time, hasn't it? And not without time. But if we're talking over the life of this plan, we're only going to be delivering 200 net additional dwellings. Why would we take that out if we have this commitment from this authority that they're committed to regeneration? That's one.
Yeah, why not? Go for Andrew.
Yeah, that's again just related to the connection between the policy and the previous evidence base that we had, which involved capacity work around those particular areas. Hence the number flowed from that. So if that's disconnected to a certain extent, then it might be that there are greater opportunities. But what it means is that there isn't a specific need for that figure in the policy anymore. So which isn't to say for one moment that we won't get new dwellings through regeneration. It's just that we can't specify that figure now.
Why not? I mean, if we're saying that we want to drive regeneration, you may achieve 400, wonderful, and great. But why wouldn't we want a minimum figure that we would expect this authority to achieve?
Well, based on the way that the policy currently works, that figure effectively goes into the land supply. This means that you need the level of certainty that you would have with any other allocation in order to incorporate that into the land supply. It's quite a specific test in order to count schemes in that sense, which we don't have at the moment, and hence we don't think we'd be able to rely on that as part of the land supply at present.
If you want to bring forward brownfield and you don't want to build greenfield, I think it's essential. And if you're, in relation to everything we're about, and if we're saying that we're not in relation to climate change and we're wanting to use existing buildings and everything we're about, I think it's essential that that's there. Again, it's not going to be easy and it's going to be very uncomfortable for this authority to achieve that. But why wouldn't you have it there?
Okay, I think let's leave that one there. Did you have any further comments on the white section?
Yeah, and if you could just help me find it, because it's in relation to number 2, it talks about in relation to our past, in relation to the delivery of new regeneration schemes, as if housing associations have led on that. Historically, that wasn't the case. We had a department of regeneration and we took the lead. It was a partnership approach, but we were the lead partner in regeneration. And so I think that's a little bit disingenuous in relation to what there. And could you just point me out where it says about garage? So we talked about the new approach and garage blocks. Can you show me where it is in here?
Andrew.
When you say new approach to garage blocks, could you just clarify what you mean by that? I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, sorry, I found it. So number 4. So what it says is it talks about here you identify some areas that you would want to have regenerated, and you talk about unsightly garage blocks and parking courts that are not well overlooked. I have concerns if it's just from a very parochial, from Norden, that is in there. You don't name lots of other examples, but you name that. And I can think about some of those where they're slightly away from existing housing stock that the housing association own, but they're well used, and I wouldn't want to see them regenerated. And so I'm concerned that they're being named and put in there where there are other things that I would more welcome being in here in relation to regeneration. So I think if you're going to have a list, you need to have an exhausted list. But I want that removed, particularly because we don't now have a garage court policy that says that housing associations can do away with these garage blocks now, and they don't have to deliver car parking anywhere else now. And maybe Joe, you could help me explain that in relation to the question I asked about garage courts, about parking. But I really want this removed because I think it leaves areas of my ward, and I'm sure it leaves other areas very vulnerable.
Joe, do you want to come back to that?
I was just going to say that's something that we can look at really, because I understand the point that it puts a focus on those where it doesn't on other issues. So yeah, we can have a look at that.
What I was wanting to ask, because I did ask you about the garage court policy, that it doesn't exist now. So if we were to redevelop garage parking spaces and garages, they don't need to deliver parking elsewhere to compensate that, because that policy has gone now, hasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, there was a specific policy back in the day, yeah, which is now gone.
Okay, thank you. Ruth, you were going to speak, I think, to a slightly early point. Apologies, I missed you there.
I was just going to say that, just further to Andrew Rushmer's point around the lack of evidence around delivery, which is the reason why there's an absence of a number. Mr. Payne has made us all aware that there'll be an application coming in soon for a regeneration of a site, which may start to give us some evidence on numbers. So I think that the point is that this is a starting point for these policies. If over the life of the next, few months and things, we start to see more things come in that we can evidence, that we can count for, that we can include in terms of our numbers, because that's what this becomes connected to, then we're able to, keep an eye on that, keep a watching brief on that, and see if that's something that we should include at that time. Because what we actually have to be able to do with the policy that says a number is we need to be able to say, and here's some evidence around how that could be delivered. In the case of not actually providing specific allocations, we might actually have specific examples of where those numbers could be delivered in the borough. So I hear your point. I understand why you're wanting a number. So we've heard that. We know why as planners we don't have any evidence at the moment for a number, but let's see what happens with those future applications.
Can we leave that one there?
Just let me pick up on it. So
very quickly though, please.
Okay, in relation to Buckskin, as an example, they were going to use money from Manydown to invest into Buckskin for regeneration, and that's what they initially were talking about. And I think they had meetings with, and there was Southam as well. Now, I think that's all disappeared. That work is in much need of regeneration areas. Some of those areas. It's not going to be easy to achieve. If we're saying, and Tom is saying, that there is a strategic direction in relation to regeneration and there is a commitment, we need to have a number that then is going to drive this authority. Otherwise, it is just so easy for them to sit back. And I just think in relation to annual monitoring reports, we need to hold this council's to their feet to the fire and make sure that they are driving it as they said they were, because otherwise they won't.
Thank you, Councillor James. I can see the officers have been making notes on that, so that point has been taken. Let's move on to SS6, new housing in the countryside. Any comments on the green box? Loads of hands going up, as expected. Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry. Looking three-quarters of the way down, this would not result in an isolated form of development. There's been a lot of discussion at DC about what the word isolated means. I have serious problems with this because that sort of phraseology works well if you're talking about Bodmin Moor or something like that, and you're talking about putting a house right on the top of it, because that is isolated. I know the discussions recently have been at DC about if it's within sight of another house, then it's probably not isolated. Now, I don't think there's anywhere in the borough that would be sort of equivalent to the Bodmin Moor example, but everywhere is you can see another house. Now, I know there's also been talk about clusters of housing, which I've never heard of before, but I've referred to a planning inspector's conclusion in my ward, which has actually come back, was turned down by the planning inspector and has now come back as another house. And the overriding conclusion of the planning inspector was that referred to the NPPF presumption on sustainable development, and her conclusion was that because the houses would be dependent upon the motor car to service them, then that is non-sustainable, ergo it was refused. I'd like to see an awful lot more on what we mean by isolated. And I would like it tied to climate change.
Thank you. Yeah, Matt, you want to respond to that?
I was only just going to say that isolated is a term that appears in the NPPF, hence it's reflected in these policies. But I do think there's the opportunity for us to go a bit further and maybe try to put a definition in the plan about what we see as being isolated. The risk, of course, of putting a definition in is that you then lose a bit of the ability to make judgments on a site-specific basis. So that needs to be obviously carefully crafted.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to look at A2, which refers to development as appropriate to the site's context. I wondered whether we'll be weakening our test there. I wondered whether we might be stronger with language in terms of does not cause unacceptable levels of harm, just to strengthen our test on that question. And then further down in that clause, I think we need to include landscape impact, then heritage impact. I think that's an omission from that statement there. But the main thing I want to challenge, I'm afraid, is the decision to include the entirety of clause G. I would like that to be struck out. I did read the rationale in Appendix 3 for 420 to 421, but I'm afraid I'm not persuaded at all. This is a choice that we're making, and I'm afraid will drive a coach and horses through our policy for the countryside. To cite just one example, there is an application pending in my own village, which is basically premised on a small gap in the countryside. And I hear what you say about reading the plan as a whole, but if we insert this notion that any infill here can be viewed as potentially a cause to bring the development forwards, then I'm afraid we undermine the protections in terms of landscape because we're giving a reason for that otherwise unacceptable development to be brought forwards. There is a better way of achieving, I think, what you're reaching for. So at the moment, there is no policy for this, but there is a freedom for neighbourhood plans to identify particular areas in villages that they would accept infill within. I'm thinking, for example, the St Marybourne Neighbourhood Plan identifies the hamlet of Stoke. That is somewhere we've identified, but elsewhere in my own village, we haven't identified that point, and therefore the parish council has objected to development on a small rural gap. Then if you extrapolate across all of the villages and parishes of our borough, I do regard this as an unacceptable addition that will make development more permissive than is necessary and will undermine our case in many areas. I think we need to go back to encouraging villages to consider this as an issue in their neighbourhood plans. And I do not see an argument at all for this to be included. I do see this as a real red line. I would like this out.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Any officers want to respond to that, or have you just taken notes and is that something you'll investigate? Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of small things. Where we've taken out the site is not of high environmental value. I wasn't entirely comfortable with that because then when I went to read on, I sort of felt like it was, well, we'll carry on and we'll try and reduce the impact, almost as if we weren't paying quite as much regard to land that was of high environmental value, but maybe that's just my interpretation. And the other thing is we talk here about local need, and I think obviously that is really, really important. I've been approached by quite a few people who want to build on land in the rural areas of my ward, and what they'll often say to me is, well, you know, people need it, people here need it, but very often it is all about the money. And there is on point 13 on the white area, it says here where a local housing need has been accepted, it will usually be appropriate to require the property to be preferentially marketed to local people. My view is it should always be appropriate to require the property to be preferentially marketed to local people, because if it's been agreed that we can build it on the basis of local need, then it is local people that it should be initially marketed for. And okay, if after a time it's not the local people that purchase it, fine, but I think that that should always be the case.
Thank you. Matt, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, I mean, I think just in terms of the point about high environmental value, that was a term which was in the MPPF at the time that the current local plan was adopted. I think, as you've said, we've now sort of reflect the fact that that term isn't in the MPPF anymore, whilst trying to frame what we feel are key environmental issues which need to be considered with applications of that type. So I hope that goes some way in satisfying that concern. In terms of the point about usually require property to be preferentially marketed, I think that's absolutely fine. It's really helpful. I mean, that paragraph is in there specifically because we did have an appeal for a scheme under SS6E, and we tried to get the inspector to impose this requirement, and he didn't do it. So having this hook in the local plan will help us to do that in the future.
Thank you. Any other comments on the white section of SS6? No. In that case, we'll move on to SS8, Basing View. Comments, questions on the green box? Councillor James.
Thank you. I have real concerns about this policy. If I could just pick up on the green box first then. In relation to B, I'm concerned about as such retail, and I'll go on to that in relation to the white box later on, but there's a sort of shopping list of everything that is going to be there except for employment, really. I mean, there's retail, hotels, as in more than one, residential, apartments, education, medical facilities, and restaurants and leisure. Anyone would think we're building a new town centre, wouldn't they? If so I'm really concerned about that. And in relation to E, deliver approximately 300. What do we mean by approximately? Do we mean 300 and whatever, or do we mean 4? I mean, what do we mean by approximately? I don't want to see the word approximately within that. You've taken out of here the whole area around the strategic aspect of the different areas A, B and C. And for me, it feels like there's a loss within this of a strategic direction of Basing View. Before we knew exactly where we were planning the housing, where we were going to have different aspects of what on the site. And I'm concerned that we've lost A, B and C, and that there's a move away from the town centre first policy. And this really concerns me.
Thank you, Councillor James. I personally echo that concern as well about are we in effect allowing another town centre to exist? I wonder if one of the officers can respond to that. Andrew?
Give it a go, yeah. Obviously, the references to complementary facilities are in the existing policy, and they also reflect the fact that in most thriving business parks these days, you are looking for that variety of different uses and that need for facilities, and quite often that is what makes the difference between the really successful ones and those which aren't as successful. So I think certainly as a principle, it's reasonable to incorporate these complementary uses. And as I said, this is the current wording, and so we thought it was appropriate to retain it. In terms of the other points raised, I mean, approximately, I take your point, it's always a somewhat thorny debate, it's 305, approximately 350, but that probably applies across the board, and I think approximately is a reasonable balance in terms of sufficient certainty, but with some flexibility, and I certainly don't think it would entail an opportunity to do anything drastically different unless that could be robustly justified. And then in terms of strategic direction, this is always a little bit of an issue, I think, with economic uses and areas, because as we all know, economic uses and the economy generally thrives on flexibility and being able to respond to the market, really. And so I think in any economy policy, you are going to see a bit more flexibility than you would maybe in other areas. I hope that helps.
Councillor James, I just want to pick on point B, the complementary uses. I understand your point, I understand your argument, but how do we make sure that this doesn't result in a critical mass of complementary uses that end up challenging, inadvertently, clearly, it's not a deliberate policy, but inadvertently challenging the, yeah.
That would have been okay because it was in the existing policy, but what you've done in the text, you've done away with unlimited up to 300 metres from the primary shopping centre. Small-scale complementary retail may be permitted outside the town centre boundary where it supports the regeneration aspirations. So that's gone, and if that was there, that would be fine because these areas would be supporting and they would not be substantial. But because you've done away with that, we have the potential, like you did with the leisure park, to create a competing town centre. So so I disagree with what you're saying, Andrew, completely. And I think it's not, we don't want flexibility in the green boxes. Why would we want approximately? If you're saying that, there's 300 units within why do we want it to be 399? If it's, I think we need to have no flexibility. So I understand that it was there in the box before, but you've done away with a really, really important element of that policy in the white box, in the white element.
Do you want to come back to that, Andrew?
No, I think we'll have to review that.
Thank you. Any other comments on the green box on SS8? Nope. The white pages?
Just, again, just really, for me, we've never been explained as a council why we've moved away from the A, B and C in this strategic approach to Basing View. We see that Muse has disappeared in relation to this policy now, but we haven't been told why we're moving from this. And are we going to see housing in different areas? Are we going to see retail, or are we going to see 2 or 3? Well, it's obviously 2 or more. Is it 3 hotels, or And when you're talking about leisure, are you talking? I want to understand why you've moved from A, B to C. I set on the Basing View map. We've had hardly any meetings, and that hasn't been explained to me why that's gone. In fact, I can't tell you the last time I went to a map that was held that talked about that. So that concerns me completely. And I just think if we're not careful, we are going to see an area that's going to compete with our town centre. And we had real concerns as a council, a lot of us did, about the leisure park and how the leisure park was going to compete. I don't want to see Basing View doing the same. So I want this to be looked at in some detail again.
Thank you, Councillor James. That's noted. Ruth, did you want to respond back to the loss of the A, B and C areas?
I was just going to say that we'll look at that as part of looking at the green box bit, just taking on board what's been said. So we can't really answer the question. We're just going to come back on that.
Okay, thank you.
But we'll progress with the work on it. We're not going to not do anything, yeah.
Okay, understood. Okay, let's look at the final policy in this particular batch, which is SS10, Chinner Railway Station. It's quite short, so I'll just throw it open for everyone all together. Councillor Carr.
Just a brief comment, Chair, just to say, obviously it's great to see this policy in there, but I'm delighted also that its previous companion SS11 for the Whitchurch railway station has been removed, and that's something that the people in the west of the borough have been campaigning for, so just to thank you all for that removal.
Thank you. Always good to have a positive comment. Councillor Mahaffey.
For a quick one, is this realistic? Is it ever going to happen?
Councillor McCormick first, and then on to Ruth.
Well, we've been talking about Chinham Railway Station for 20 years. I think really need to apply the proverbial boot to Hampshire County Council on that. Once they got involved, all the momentum seemed to stall. In complete contrast, Reading has developed Green Park Station and is due to open in the next 12 months. I will just remind everyone not everybody would have been on the council when we first talked about Chinham Station. It was a prerequisite for building Sherfield Park. Sherfield Park has now been built without a station. There are other aspirations in the local plan to build houses where I should think we should be building railway stations, because if we don't explore serious alternative options of transport, we're going to get to a stage where our road network cannot cope. And you need no better example of that with the A33, where we're still building houses. And I drove down the A33 today, and fortunately there wasn't any hiccup. It only needs the slightest hiccup for that road to be completely gridlocked. So I'm glad to see that in there. There does seem to be some bits that have been removed, in as much as the electrification of the line has been postponed by the government. I would like to think that we could exert some form of pressure on the government to reconsider that in view of the climate emergency, and have that as an aspirational target within this policy, not least because one of the things that held Chinham Station back was the usage of the railway line, the operational case, which is more important than the business case. And one of the things that held it back was diesel trains accelerate and brake with a longer profile than electric trains, which is a better acceleration. So actually, if the line were electrified, this station would have a stronger chance, a stronger operational case, and a stronger chance of coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Ruth, do you want to respond to both those points? So I think they cover similar ground.
Okay, so in relation to the Chinham policy, while you've had one in the past, it's ever important to have one in the current local plan going forward to help set the framework and ambition in relation to the investigations that can happen with Chinham, and as part of the infrastructure delivery plan, information and work in relation to this sort of thing would be sort of further enhanced. So it's really important that we keep it in there. In relation to the electrification point, I think that what we could do is like we are with, like I said, this is iterative work. Transport for the South East SIP at the moment has been published in relation to its electrification plans. We just need to make sure that what we're actually striking out or keeping in is also reflective of the wider strategic infrastructure planning ambitions for the location. And I think that that might help with the point that Councillor McCormack has just made.
Thanks, Ruth. Okay, Councillor Mahaffey.
Could I just comment on Councillor McCormack's comments there? The electrification, to be honest, I'm fairly ambivalent about whether it happens or not. But if we do lobby for that, could I caveat it with we need to consider the impact on the Bramley level crossing, because it will have very significant impact on Bramley. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Okay, let's move on to the next batch of policies, which are community needs. Joe, do you want to introduce those?
Yes, I can do. So, yeah, these are all about community needs. So there's 4 policies there, particularly related to housing, which are all updates in terms of what we already have. And then a couple of new policies, really to encourage custom and self-build housing. There's 2 policies there, which also allow single and self-build properties adjacent to settlements. And also an accessibility and adaptable dwellings policy. So that was in the affordable housing policy before, but that's giving it greater prominence and also making the target higher from that perspective. And then you have a number of other policies. We have the gypsy policy, which has been updated, in infrastructure. Probably the most, perhaps more fundamentally, is CN7 and CN8, which you may want to comment on in terms of community facilities, because we have 2 quite amended policies in that regard to protect existing, but also really to set the agenda for new facilities, and then a slightly updated transport policy.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, so let's go straight into CN1, which starts on page 240. Any comments on the green box? Councillor Carr and then Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to explore the reference here to the AONB. It looks like we are introducing at clause B a view that now any new dwellings within the AONB will meet a lower threshold for affordable housing. The NPPF indicates that we may set out a lower threshold, not that we must. And I just wondered whether officers could explain the rationale for this. Because, I mean, it looks like under this policy, we would be seeking affordable housing on, or affordable contribution on all sites within the AONB now. And I know I've been approached by a resident who's sort of been stung by this, because it seems to have been brought in prior to the local plan update going through, which was slightly concerning from a democratic perspective. But I wondered really why, if you could explain to me why we've decided now, because it does seem to be a conscious decision, to treat the AONB differently this time.
Matt.
Oh, sorry.
I think maybe just as a sort of context, the current local plan policy, hello? Sorry. Yep. As context, the current local plan policy, before the government changed thresholds and so forth through PPG, required affordable housing on all new development. And so this policy now takes forward the lowest possible threshold for development normally, and then it takes advantage of where the NPPF says you may have a lower threshold in the AONB. So the context is that we've always aspired to maximise the amount of affordable housing. At the moment, we're doing a viability study, and that's going to look at the viability of development in different areas of the borough and identify actually whether there is better viability in the AONB or not, which will help to inform the suitability of this policy. It's probably also worth noting that within the AONB, you normally only get smaller developments. So if affordable housing is going to be delivered in the AONB, it's necessary to drop the affordable housing site size threshold to make sure some affordable homes are delivered.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Gary?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as we had a paper back in autumn on first homes, the impact that would have on Basingstoke and Dean would be minimal. I think the threshold was £200,000, and I don't think there's been many homes built in the borough for £200,000. So I think this policy is actually going to affect the amount of affordable homes we actually build within the town, within the borough. We're actually changing the 10-year mix. We're actually, the first homes actually comes out of the intermediate housing allocation, but we're lowering the rented accommodation. So we're going to have less social housing, which is a policy, the first home policy, is not going to affect at all. So I think it's going to be detrimental to the borough, and I just don't support it.
I think I share your concerns there, but my understanding is I'll let officers answer. But I think we are mandated by the government to change that mix of 10 years because it's government policy. But I'll let Matt answer that one.
Yes, that's right. There's a requirement for us to making sure 25% of the affordable housing is first homes. But what we've done in the evidence base for this policy is looked at needs in the round, worked out what those needs are. So at committee last September, we spoke about how an interim measures could be applied to deliver first homes before the new local plan came in. But now we've got a comprehensive evidence base which looks at needs as a whole and works out how that 25% fits in with the need for social housing and other intermediate products. It's probably also worth saying that the price threshold for first homes is £250,000 after the discount has been applied. So that relates to dwellings sort of typically selling around £350,000 at the moment.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor James?
Can I just ask a point on that? If it's finds in the future, this is a 5-year before we review it again, within those 5 years that we're not able to deliver that 25% first homes product, what happens then? Does it then slip? Can it then become part of the intermediate model, or what happens to that percentage as part of the overall affordable housing percentage?
Well, I think in terms of so you're concerned that first homes, because they're only discounted by 30%, they may not be discounted enough to be the products, you wouldn't be able to deliver any homes for that price.
Or that people aren't attracted to this and people don't come forward in relation to this and it doesn't work as a policy. What happens within those 5 years if we see that this model isn't working as part of our overall local plan?
Okay, well, there's provisions in the government's guidance that if a developer is delivering first homes and they don't sell, that they can then be transferred to other affordable products. So there's no loss in terms of the amount of affordable equity gained. However, in terms of whether we would still keep requiring 25% of the affordable housing to be first homes, whilst that remains part of national policy and then is part of our development plan, I think we have to continue doing that. But obviously there's the provision that if the first homes aren't taken up, that they can be transferred to other types of affordable housing.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment really on these numbers and the thresholds for affordable housing. Obviously, being a Tadley councillor, we can't build houses. We were allocated 0 in the last local plan, and I think we built something like 150, but they're all very small developments dotted around. So I just really wanted to say that, we talk about lowering the threshold for A, O and B, and I just think that perhaps that's something that when it comes to Tadley we should think about, because, developments that do get passed, if anything gets passed, are very small, but it does mean that there isn't a lot in the way of affordable housing coming into the area. So it's just perhaps something we could think about.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mahaffey?
Thanks, Chair. Why have we lost the wheelchair accessibility in both the policy and the whites bit? Has it been moved, or have I missed something?
It appears as a separate policy, which we'll probably talk about in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Wonderful. Any comments on the white bits? Councillor Watson and Councillor James.
Thank you. I just wonder why the council are dropping their support for 100% affordable housing schemes.
Which point are you referring to?
Bottom of 5.
Yes.
241.
Thank you. Can one of the officers respond to that point?
We can look and see if those words can be weaved back into the text.
Thank you. Councillor James?
I want to pick up on the point about off-site provision in relation to 6 on page 27. So where it talks about if alternative sites being proposed for development would be closer to local facilities, or where the off-site provision would lead to a significant larger number of affordable housing being provided on alternative sites. What I want to explore, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to explain this well enough, but if we're saying that we're not going to develop housing in one site for whatever reason, but we're going to develop it elsewhere, that site would have come forward anyway with its percentage of affordable housing. So effectively, overall, we're going to lose a percentage of affordable housing because we're not delivering it in A, but we're going to deliver it on B, but B would have delivered a percentage of affordable housing anyway. Am I right, or am I getting this wrong? So overall, we're going to lose affordable housing as a percentage.
Over to you.
So I was going to say, I don't think there's any intention that the policy would result in a net loss of affordable housing. I think in those circumstances there would be more affordable housing on B because it would be compensating for reduced amount in A. I think it's also just worth highlighting that policy CN1 is clear that on-site provision will be required, and only in exceptional circumstances will off-site provision be considered.
But you're saying there won't be a net loss, but unless they say if it was going to be a 40% on A and you can't deliver it there, so you've got to deliver it on B, that would mean that you're going to have to deliver 80% affordable housing on that site. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because then taken as a whole, that would be delivering the policy compliant amount of affordable housing. Because if not, you're effectively allowing Scheme A to get away without delivering any affordable housing, which we would not wish to have happen.
So if that is the case, I think we need to be much more prescriptive in what we're saying. So I think, because otherwise they could say, we're only going to deliver, if we're going to lose housing on one site, we can't allow the viability of the following site to say they can't deliver the 80% because it's not viable. Am I explaining myself?
Yeah,
So it's so important that each time we go on that, so I'm very concerned about this offsetting. So I want us to really think about it in relation to what we write, because otherwise, every time we move on, or the offsetting, they're going to come up with a viability reason why they can't deliver 80% on that site. Do we want sites of 80% affordable housing in relation to sustainability? And will we see areas that are less attractive, that we're going to see all of those at 80% delivered on, up against a railway in high-rise blocks of flats? And I'll come on to that later on. But so I have concerns about that, because we're saying we don't want to deliver that amount of affordable housing on a site. So how's that going to work? And is that really what we want to achieve?
I'll just say that I do think in those circumstances that both applications would need to come in together and to be considered, and probably tied together with a legal agreement. And just to reiterate, this would only be very exceptional that we were taking affordable housing off-site. And I'm not sure how many...
Sorry, Laura. Yeah,
you have to tighten it up.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly the same thing. I'm not sure we're going to solve this one tonight, but I think if the officers can take that one away and look at avoiding any unintended consequences from that, I think that would be very helpful. Councillor Mahaffey, did you have your hand up?
I did. I think I was going to make a very similar point to Councillor James. I'm not entirely sure. I just wanted to, and do tell me to shut up if I'm saying the same thing. I just wanted to understand officers and other councillors' views on this idea of 100% affordable housing developments, because it's very pertinent at the moment, because the Dixon Road application has come forward for 110 or something, 100% affordable homes. And the argument that was put to me was that large developments of affordable homes in their 100%, those settlements don't work, because effectively you're building ghettos, because affordable housing by its nature goes to people who are less affluent, and what we're actually looking for is a mix of homes across the borough where we have less affordable housing with normal market rent. Forgive me if I've got it wrong, but
Yeah, thank you for that. Councillor Watts and then Councillor James.
Having moved to Basingstoke in the 1970s and 100% affordable homes, and the area still exists and it's not a ghetto. So I think the King's Clear road development was 100% affordable. We're saying that's a ghetto. What sort of statement is our councillors making that affordability are ghettos? I have real issues with the offset policy. I mean, we've struggled to offset to spend that money in the previous local plan, and I don't think it's going to work at the moment. I think we should be much more firmer in that offset policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Mahaffey.
Councillor Mahaffey, I think your words are damning, and I'm ashamed of them, really. In relation to New Horizons development within Norden, it's a regeneration example. It's exceptional. It's absolutely exceptional, and that's 100% affordable housing, and it's something to be proud of as a borough. It's absolutely exceptional, and we've achieved great things there.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Mahaffey, final chance to respond.
I do have to defend myself on that one. This is why I asked the question, because I'm completely... I don't know the answer to this one, and I did say at the beginning of my statement, this was the argument that was put to me. The word ghettos, I apologise for, it's not my wording, but that was how it was presented to me, and that's why I asked the question, because I don't have much experience of 100% affordable housing communities, and I value your input to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll end that one there. Any other comments on CN1, either the green box or the white bits, please? Councillor James.
Number 9, it talks about the word at the bottom, tenure should be similar. to the housing market. And and I picked this up as part of the annual monitoring report, that there's a much higher percentage of flatted development in social housing than there is in the market. So I think it's essential that that doesn't say should be, that it says will be. And in relation to further down, it talks about affordable housing should be examined prior to, again, it will be.
Noted. Rural exception sites, first home exception sites, CN2. Comments, questions on the green box, please. Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry. Picking up on Councillor Carruthers' comments earlier about local need, I do recall the first DC I ever sat on, there was a very strident debate about what local need meant. And how it was presented to us, or how developers were presented to us, was if I can sell it or if I can rent it, then there is a local need. And that wasn't the interpretation that was given to us, that we need to demonstrate local need as per what Councillor Carruthers said earlier.
Is there an officer who's willing to define local need?
I just point out that paragraph 2 does talk about local need being evidence of local needs arising within the same parish, developed in an engagement with the local community and with support from parish councils. So it does reflect upon that interpretation.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions on the green box? Or the supporting white text? No? Okay, let's move on to CN3, housing mix for market housing. Let's start with the green box again, please. Comments, questions? Nope. White section. Yes, Councillor James and Councillor McCormick.
So I just wanted to pick up on the green box in relation to...
Yeah, you're fine, go for it.
Is appropriate to size, location and character of the site. I just want to... And also is appropriate to establish the character and density of the neighbourhood. Could you just talk that through for me, please?
Matt, is that one for you? Looks like it, yes.
Well, I mean, with planning applications, we expect information to be submitted to justify the housing mix, and these are some of the elements you might take into account. So you know, it could be an infill site where you have a frontage of larger houses, and the justification could be that larger houses are required to maintain that character within that frontage. That's just one example. I appreciate you could have pair of semis which would achieve the same thing, but what this policy does is just seek to provide a little bit of flexibility around the percentages and the requirements set out within the supporting text to allow site-specific circumstances to be taken into account.
Okay. Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, talking on the green box, why is little d, the requirement for 15% accessible and adaptable homes, why is that being struck from the policy? Surely we still have a need for accessible and adaptable homes.
Matt.
Absolutely. What we've done is we've taken the reference to accessible and adaptable homes out of policy CN1 and CN3. So it previously was in two separate places to cover affordable housing and market housing. And to give greater emphasis to it, we've created a single policy about accessible and adaptable dwellings with higher standards as well. And we'll come across that policy probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
That's MP4, which is coming up very soon. So thank you for that, Matt. Okay, CN4, specialist accommodation for older people and those with special... Oh, go for it then, Councillor James.
Why have we got rid of all of the evidence-based work in this number 2, the second bullet? Why would we want to do that? That's one of my first questions.
Yeah, go for it.
So because it's now superseded by paragraph 3. So paragraph 2 spoke about the strategic housing market assessment, which was done in 2014 or 2015. And we had a new housing market assessment done in 2020, which should inform how this policy is interpreted and used in practice.
does it pick up on all of those other policies, like the older person all of those other policies that are listed there? Are they picked up on in relation to that?
Yeah, that document picks up on all the elements that would need to be taken into account to inform how this policy is used.
Thank you. You got some more? Yeah, if you just put your microphone on in that case, please, Councillor James.
So in relation to number 7, development proposals will be required to provide evidence to justify the mix. You've done away with demographics of the local area associated with the housing requirement and the characteristics of the site of the local area. And if you was talking about what you were saying back up on B and C, why would you have taken that out? And I think it's really important that that's in there, particularly later on in relation to when we talk about town centre, when we talk about Basing View, when we talk about density. I want to see the characteristics of the local site in there. And I also, if I just pick up sorry.
I was going to say that there's quite a duplication between paragraph 7 and paragraph 5.
Show me where.
So paragraph 5 talks about range of housing taking into account physical characteristics of the site, character of the area, community context, local housing need, and existing provision, which is really quite similar to what's in paragraph 7. We can have a look again to see if there's any elements which could be more tightly reflected, if you like.
That would be great. So, and if I could just pick up on, it was picked up earlier on about older persons accommodation. I know we're picking up on it later on in relation to specialist housing accommodation, and it was dropped from the affordable housing paper really. But I'm concerned here about the removal of that, and the removal around the ageing population. We sort of dropped throughout the report that, and I just is that being picked up? Because we've taken all, and particularly disability.
So I really don't think that's the case, because paragraph 3, in explaining our need, it cites the importance of these smaller dwellings to meet the needs of older residents looking to downsize. So it is reflected in here, and it is reflected in the specialist housing policy, and it's reflected in the accessible and adaptable housing policy.
Can we ask that question again, perhaps, Councillor James, after we've spoken about MP4, the accessible and adaptable dwellings, and we'll see if there's still any gaps there.
Older persons accommodation isn't just about downsizing. That's my only concern. It's older persons doesn't mean everyone who's an older person wants to downsize. So I think that's my concern about 3.
Okay, well, let's leave that there. We can pick that one up if it's not satisfied anywhere else. If we move on to CM4, specialist accommodation for older people and those with specialised needs. Comments on the green box, please. Comments on the white pages. So, Councillor McCormick, and then we'll move on to Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. There doesn't seem to be any, because at point 3, the need to deliver additional units to shelter housing, there doesn't seem to be any target in the actual policy itself. And I'm just wondering if there should be, if we have a quantified need.
Yeah. Matt, do you want to answer that one?
Well, I think we will be monitoring requirements, but I think it's probably helpful to keep this in the lower text, recognising that needs will change as we move forward. So there is still a target in there, and that's what we will be monitoring against in the authority monitoring report. So I don't think there's any detriment that's not in the green box.
Okay, Councillor James.
In relation to page 37, those 3 paragraphs that have been deleted, can you demonstrate why they have and where that's been picked up? That's around the sort of talks about will be maximise their ability to live independently, and so in relation to earlier pages, we seem to have moved away from that thesis really, and we've crossed this out here as well. So
Matt?
I don't think we have moved away from this at all. So just the example, the bit about crossed out, older people will be maximise their ability to live independently. Paragraph 5 above says it's recognised that older people generally aspire to live close to where they were living in mainstream accommodation.
That's not the same thing, is it?
Let me just...
In relation to adaptations and... I don't think that for me is at all the same thing. I think it reads very differently to me. So if I want to stay in the home that I'm living in and I want it to be adapted, I don't think that is the same thing at all. It's very different.
And that's why we're proposing an ambitious policy for accessible and adaptable housing, which will allow people to stay living in their homes for longer.
I understand that, but...
Perhaps, I think the point has been made, and I think we can ask officers to go in and look to make sure that there aren't any gaps in it. So I think that's a valid point, and again, one that we're probably not going to resolve this evening. Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Chair. I do also have some questions on MP4 when we get there. My question for now, though, is at the bottom of the green box, I'm just concerned that we are saying we would permit the loss of specialist accommodation when it's no longer practical, desirable or viable to retain, but no suggestion that we would expect it to be re-provided, which does concern me somewhat.
Yep, Matt.
This wording reflects the current approach in policy CN7. We could think about how we could go further around this. I'm not quite sure how.
Yeah, possibly if that's one that you could look into. I can see, again, the unintended consequence of what we've tried to write there. Thank you. Any other comments on CM4? Okay, let's move on to MP3 then, custom and self-build housing. This has got two green boxes, MP3A and MP3B. We'll take those together. Any comments on those? Councillor Mahaffey.
Just interested in MP3B, eligibility in local connection A. I'm wondering if that's ever been tested, because it seems a very difficult bar to pass. It says the applicant can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the council that they are in housing need and are unable to identify or afford a suitable alternative home currently available for sale in the open market within the parish or within 5 kilometres of the proposed site. If you're in housing need, and again, this is possibly a stereotype, and I'm sure will be criticised for it. If you're in housing need, the chances are you are also in a cash need. You're not very affluent, and if you're going to build your own house, building houses is very cash hungry. So I can't see that situation is ever going to arise.
Is that too high a bar?
I would just say we tried to explain what we mean by housing need in Appendix A in the document. So I'm not sure whether I think it's only in Appendix 3, I'm afraid. So what we've done, because policy MP3B is a completely new policy, and it's something we've seen being done elsewhere in the country to provide opportunities for people to build homes in and around their villages where they otherwise wouldn't be able to do so. Because it's such a new policy approach, we produced a guidance note, which is in Appendix 3, and that tries to explain a bit more about how the test in this policy would be met. So housing need in this context isn't defined in the same way as it might be in the context of affordable housing and affordable housing need. And so it's detailed and set out with more flesh in that guidance note.
You have a supplementary there?
Yes, I'm just worried that we're playing into the hands of the sort of wealthy middle classes here. That I can't find a suitable 5-bedroom house with a 2-acre garden, so I need permission to build it. Because if you are in, that would by your definition be housing need. I can't find what I want, but we're not pandering to that sort of person. What we need to be servicing is those who are in genuine housing need, i.e. they don't have somewhere to live, because building your own house, you need the cash, you need somewhere alternative to live, and it'll take you a year or so to do it, and you've got to be able to fund that.
I would just point out that the policies, is constructed around making sure the houses that come forward are, well, first of all, they have to be affordable housing, so they would need to be resold in perpetuity at 30% below market rates, and also to make sure that they are meeting, a local need. There's a maximum dwelling size in the policy as well. So we're not expecting mansions to come forward, we're expecting modest houses to meet local people's needs when they can't otherwise meet them within that local housing market.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. Okay, any other comments either on the green boxes or the white pages on either side, including Appendix A on MP3? No, in which case we'll move on to MP4, accessible and adaptable homes. Nice short one. We'll take both together. Any comments on the green box or on the supporting white text? Councillor James.
Are we being ambitious enough, really? On a site of 33 dwellings or more, at least 3% of the dwellings will meet building regulations. And if we're thinking about our overarching policy that we've talked about in relation to climate change, do we not want to see, in relation to accessible and adaptable dwellings, if we talk about resources, so that we use resources wisely, surely we want all homes to be of a higher standard. I just think, should we not be much more ambitious than that?
Ruth, do you want to come back on that one?
So the level of ambition in this policy is tested through our strategic viability appraisal work that we're currently doing, and that will actually test that that threshold in the policy is able to be delivered. And if for whatever reason it's different, well then we can actually inform the policy in that way. But that's actually where your higher standard or your higher amounts are actually tested.
I suppose it goes back to this overarching climate change thesis of what we're all signing up to. It may cost more, and the outcome is that a developer may make less profit. But if that's what we're saying and we're committed to at the beginning, our policies need to reflect that throughout, don't they? And I'm thinking, if we're looking at adaptions and properties being fit to live in as people grow older, we've got an ageing population and we've got a limited amount of resources, we need to make sure that when we build properties that they are fit for that going forward.
Thanks, Councillor James. Matt, do you want to go back to that?
I was just going to point out that the 3% of M43 dwellings is wheelchair dwellings, and actually lots of people wouldn't want a house designed with all the space for wheelchair mobility and so forth. So it's about balance between needs and, as you say, future-proofing the housing stock.
Okay, let's move on.
About having the light switches down lower, it's not, and then you don't have to, but I'm just thinking about resources. If we're committed to regenerate, if we're committed to climate change, I think it's something we need to really challenge ourselves on.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to CN5, Gypsy and Travellers and Travelling Show People. Comments on the green box, please. None. Comments on the supporting white pages? None. Okay. Move on to CN6, Infrastructure. Oh, gone.
Down the bottom of CN5, the last section, C, why have we taken out the site is located within a reasonable distance of local services with capacity, including education establishments, health and welfare services, shops and community facilities? We've taken that out. Why?
Andrew.
Yeah, it's purely a reflection of trying to keep the wording as close to what's in PPTS as possible, Planning Policy for Traveller Sites, which is the national level guidance. It refers to those other facilities, but it doesn't refer to shops and community facilities. Because what often happens at appeals is appellants will say that our policy is imposing additional requirements vis-à-vis PPTS and vis-à-vis what you'd expect for the settled community. And the suggestion is then that the policy is not consistent with national guidance and therefore can't carry full weight. So it's really just an attempt to keep us as close as possible to PPTS to stave off any such arguments being put forward. It is very much an on-balance recommendation, that change, because I do take your point. It seems a perfectly sensible thing that these facilities are close to gypsy and traveller pitches. But it is purely a case of trying to make sure that the council has as robust a policy as possible for appeals, that's all.
Very quickly, Councillor Mahaffey.
I take your point, but it survived the last iteration of the local plan. And going back to our commentary about climate change, health and welfare services, well, you go to the doctor occasionally. Okay, education establishments, you take your kids to school every day, but you know, your most frequent journeys from home are to go to the shops to do your shopping. So, you know, if you're saying that you don't need to be close to the shops, well, that's flying in the face of our climate emergency, isn't it?
Well, I say the policy does refer to local services and including that list, so it doesn't say that those facilities are unimportant, those that you're referring to. But to be honest, I've got no problem with retaining those if councillors prefer it.
Let's make a note of those comments in that case. Thank you. Policy CN6 on page 262. Any comments on the green box, please? Councillor James.
In relation to the new bit, developers and landowners, it's just for me it just seems a bit strange. And you talk about the right infrastructure is provided at the right location to time to make the development acceptable in planning terms. It's a bit woolly, and what do you actually mean there? I don't know what you mean by that bit really. For me, it's all. I'm not sure what is meant. And then in relation to the box, again, going down on the paragraph with therefore, it's got another should, and then it's got down onto the next one, it's got two more shoulds. Again, I don't want to see shoulds in the green boxes at all.
Thank you, Councillor James.
It's just a very woolly, I'm not sure.
Yep.
I don't particularly like this. I think it could be much better than it is.
Noted on the shoulds. In terms of the first point, Ruth, are you able to respond to that?
Yeah, so the test in relation to the imposition of Section 106 agreements and the provision of infrastructure is all around that the development requires the infrastructure, that it has to be provided at the right time, and it's all about the nexus between the development and the provision of infrastructure. I accept the fact that the policy sounds woolly. It is actually planning language that I suppose us as planners use and read all the time in relation to the actual law, the legal test, the planning test around conditions and obligations. So we can probably just have a look at that and see if we can make it more plain English, but actually that legal test is what we're actually trying to be really clear about in that section. So that will also be reviewed as part of the legal review and the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't think it's just about it being in plain English. I think it's about making sure that there aren't any unintended loopholes in there that people can exploit. Councillor James, did you have any other points that you wanted to make?
On the white?
Doesn't look like there's anyone else who's got any comments on green, so we might as well move on to the white, yes.
In relation to number 5, the council was preparing in consultation with infrastructure providers, and it talks about this infrastructure delivery plan. Have I seen that? What is it? Could you help me with that?
I've not seen it, I have to say. But yeah, Joe, do you want to?
No, I mean, we're working through that at the moment, so that's something that will come back in due course when we're looking at the spatial elements, so in June.
June. Any other comments? Councillor Mahaffey.
I do apologise, Chair. Could I go back again to CN5?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Again, we've taken out, in B, we've taken out no adverse impacts to the historic environment. Certainly in Silchester, where we do have a proposed traveller settlement, the historic environment is extraordinarily important to us, so I would like to see that back in. But more importantly, we've taken out the sentence that there is safe and reasonable access to the highway, public transport services and sustainable transport options. That seems very odd to me, because that's certainly something we would expect of a brick housing development. Why should we expect a lower threshold of a traveller site?
Andrew.
No, it's exactly the point really that, yeah, you would apply the same requirements to a traveller pitch as to a bricks and mortar house. In that case, you would use your general transport policy.
So why have we taken it out? We've strengthened, we've lessened, we've weakened this policy. Because you've then got to refer to another policy.
It's really a case of just refer to the general policy, because traveller pitches and housing should be treated the same, simply.
Okay. Councillor James?
A few points, but number 19, again, I suppose in relation to the presentation that we had from the LEP just recently, this one really worries me. And it talks about economic growth in the region and the borough, which may facilitate growth. So, and I guess that's against what we're saying we are as a council. Does that mean economic growth, or does that mean housing growth? And I just want you to think about this, and I want this to be much clearer, because we're saying as a council we don't support housing growth of the numbers in relation to numbers. I'll come back up.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it does specifically say economic growth here, but I'll let Ruth pick up on that.
I was just going to say paragraph 19 can just be reviewed at a future point in time anyway, because it's probably an evolving feast anyway, so we'll be working on that anyway.
Thank you.
In relation to 13, over the page on 51, it talks about circumstances may make it necessary. Do we want the word may?
Okay, yeah, that's noted again as part of the general tightening up of language.
And also in relation to page 50, you talk about, on the list of all the infrastructure that you want, you talk about water service infrastructure. With the concerns that we all have about water, should we have its own heading in its own right, and sewage as a separate, or not? I mean, is that enough of an issue in relation to what we would want in relation to infrastructure?
Thank you. Yeah, I can see officers taking a note of that, so that is picked up. Thank you. Okay, CN7, new and...
Sorry, can I just, going over the page in relation to SIL, I just want to pick up on that and why some of that has been removed in relation to charging schedules, but also, I don't know where to pick this up, is around the 100% of flatted development that has no sill. Where do I raise that?
Well, let's pick this up now, because if we're talking about SIL. So, Joe, do you want to respond to the first point, and then if you're not sure if you're happy to tackle the 100% flatted, we'll pass that one on to someone else.
I was just going to come back on the second point in terms of SIL, so this is not the time to talk about SIL, because we will go through that process of reviewing it as part of the local plan update in light of the IDP, so we'll come back and talk about SIL more generally at a later date, and the whole flatted issue that you've raised. Yeah, it will come back in due course. Yeah.
Okay, noted. Thank you very much. Okay, so CN7, new and improved facilities. Green box, Councillor Carr.
2 brief points. B, the proposal is well related to the nearest settlement. I think we need to elaborate on that in terms of how it's well related, because actually when you look at 2 in the white text, community facilities is a very, very broad term as we're identifying here. I think we need to emphasise things like well related in terms of scale, historic environment, landscape character. I think scale is the most important one here, because I'd be curious to see if this policy would potentially open up opportunities for quite large and disproportionate community facilities to go in next to quite small communities. So I do think we might need to tighten that. And then the second point was that the final line in the green box, the extension, expansion or enhancement of existing facilities will be supported. I think that's probably too open. It almost needs a clause that says unless or where it can be shown that, because otherwise we're saying, you know, any Tom, Dick and Harry can bring forward an extension proposal and we will just support it. That's probably a bit too permissive, I think.
Yeah, any comment from Officer? So you're noting it down. Ruth, you're looking at it like you might want to respond to that.
Yeah, I think we get the point you're making there, actually. We can look at that, actually, yeah.
I suspect it might be wishful thinking that people want to make facilities that are too large for the surrounding communities. That's my experience, but something worth noting nonetheless. Councillor James.
Sorry, and it goes back to the page before as well, on page 51. I just want to pick up on number 15, which talks about arrangements for ongoing maintenance of facilities will be required. Is that through, how are we going, is that a 106? How are we going to do that? Are we talking about, I just would like to understand that, what you're saying there, before going on to community facilities. And I'm picking up on the same point, and it talks about G, about delivered and operated. I just want to understand what you're talking about.
Anyone want to have a go at that? Okay, well, we'll come back to that one. That's been noted by officers. Thank you. Any other comments on sorry? It's been noted by officers. They'll come back with it's not one they can answer on the spot, I'm afraid. Any more on CN7, green box or supporting white text? No, in that case, yes, Councillor James.
So in relation to the sort of numbers and things, so in relation to allotments and things, at what point do we talk about numbers and how many we want to see? Do we?
Andrew.
Yeah, that's in the green space standards.
Okay, let's move on to CN8, protecting existing community facilities. Comments on the green box, please. Or questions? Councillor Watts.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned. It's not as tight as it was before. On the Camrose development, we use this CN8 as the clause to reject the application. I mean, the proof will be in the eating in a couple of weeks' time when it goes for a review. But I'm just looking at the top line. If the facility is no longer needed, I mean, the community would say the Camrose is needed, but the owner of the site would say, no, it's not needed. So I think certainly wording needs to be tightened around this policy, because it is a community asset, and the community still want the football club, and it's valued by the community. Is the Camrose. So I think we need to tighten the wording up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Ruth, do you want to respond to that one?
So the supportive text number 6 actually explains the process by which an applicant would need to take in relation to whether something is needed or not. And I appreciate that you're speaking from the heart in relation to Camrose and the planning appeal that's about to be considered. But what this actual policy does do is it sets out, firstly, if a facility isn't needed, and there may be a scenario, I'm not talking about Camrose, but there may be something in the future which isn't needed, and so then the supporting text explains in 6 how that would have to be demonstrated, the process that would have to have been gone through to be able to demonstrate there isn't that need. And, in terms of, making sure there's a right and proper process in relation to establishing that is what this policy is trying to secure. So when this is reviewed by, parties that are going to review our conditions, they'll make sure that, our policies, they'll make sure that this is actually a sound process that can secure that.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Andrew, do you want to make a couple of points as well?
Yeah, just very quickly. I totally take your point. It needs to be strong. Definitely agree with that. I mean, the no longer needed bit is already in the current policy, which is why we've retained it as such. But as officers, we've added in 2 additional protection clauses that both C and D are supposed to beef up the protection. So hopefully we're achieving what you desire.
Thank you. Councillor James?
My concern is in the existing policy, the words community, leisure and cultural facilities have gone, and it's, so we're now talking about protecting existing community facilities. I would have liked to have kept those definitions, and within that, we were talking about what Gary was talking about is retain and maintain existing facilities which are valued by the community. So there was a recognition of value, and it also, I mean, it goes on throughout that, really talking about the value of things that are rare. So rather than a need, because what they will then be down to is the developer to show that then there isn't a need, but there's no concept of the value that that provided to that area. So if you were talking about, I know this is sort of different, but a pub or something that was really valued and it had other services that, and they can demonstrate there isn't a need, I'm concerned about this and where it's going. And if you use that example that Gary was talking about in relation to Camrose, and we've everything now is about need rather than the value of the community.
Yeah.
And I don't know why we've lost the word community, leisure and culture from the heading.
So a couple of points there. So the first one, what's the rationale for losing the leisure and culture from the title?
Yeah, because at the moment we've got a split in CN7 between essential community facilities and
So I can't hear you, sorry.
At the moment we've got a split. We've got CN7, which deals with essential community facilities and services, and then we've got CN8, which deals with community, leisure and cultural facilities. And yeah, I mean, this is one of those policies that we thought about maybe more than any of the others in a lot of respects, in terms of how do you deal with that relationship between the two. And eventually we came to the view as officers that our perspective was that, well, really we want to keep essential community facility and services, normal community facilities, leisure facilities, cultural facilities, however they are termed. So really we went with community facilities as a broad umbrella term to show that we want to protect all of these in what we thought was a more coherent and robust manner with this tightened up list, as I referred to. And that all relates back to the list under the new CN7 in the supporting text in paragraph 2. So that is supposed to represent that consolidation of the two policies to create what we think is a more coherent list. Because otherwise we had a situation where you've got health facilities, for example, under CN7 and CN8. We didn't really want to get into an argument with any applicant, let's say, who was trying to get rid of a health facility, whether it should be under CN8 and apply a different test or CN7. We just wanted to say, it's a health facility, we definitely want to keep it, here's the strong test. We just thought that was a more streamlined, focused and stronger form of defence in those instances. So that's the reasoning.
And in relation to the concept of a value, not a monetary value by the communities, is that there still, or is it not?
Well, again, it's part of the... Yeah, there is reference to valued in CN8.
Whereabouts?
Joe's kindly pointed out. It says, as a minimum, it's in the below D in that paragraph. As a minimum, the assessment must evaluate the quantity and quality of existing facilities in the locality and assess the value and need to the community.
Thank you. Comments on either the green bit or the white papers, Simon? Oh, Councillor Mahaffey, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Item number 6 in the white bit. It will be necessary to market the premises for 6 months for other potentially suitable uses. I'm a bit concerned, particularly in relation to large facilities, that 6 months is not enough time, because take Councillor Watt's example of the Camrose Stadium. If a community group said, OK, we want to raise the funds to buy this, if it were to go on the market, well, it's going to take them you can put something on the market for 2 months before people even notice it, and then that sort of gives you 4 months to raise the funds, and if it's a community group, it's going to take an awful long while. So I'd like to see some, well, I wonder whether or not we should have sort of a two-tier approach, 6 months for smaller facilities and maybe 12 months for larger facilities, just to allow community groups to organise themselves and maybe raise the cash.
I don't think it's saying it needs to be, the sale needs to be concluded within 6 months, it just needs to be on the market. So potentially, I'm assuming here looking at officers, that if a community group expressed an interest within that 6 month time frame, that would still satisfy the criteria that it's being taken seriously, or am I being naively optimistic there?
Yeah, I mean, I think if a community group has expressed an interest within the period, I think we'd be very reluctant to lose it for sure. Yeah, I mean, on reflection, yeah, I'd personally be happy with 12 months. Obviously, I have to defer to my superiors and councillors on that, but yeah.
Okay. let's make a note of that in that case. Any other comments on CN8 before we move on to the final one in this block, CN9 transport? It's quite a long green box on this, so any questions or comments on that? Councillor James, can I ask you just to switch off your mic if you're not speaking? That's all right. No. Any questions or comments on the white bits, please? Councillor James.
When do we talk about parking standards? When does that?
So as you know, we're doing the parking strategy work, and that will be coming back to EPH in due course. So that's the time we can talk about parking in all senses.
Does that inform the local plan, or is that, where does that sit within the local plan?
Yes, that will help to inform the local plan and the policy approach, and any standards that are referenced in the plan.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Golding.
Thank you. I just wonder whether we could add something about, particularly thinking about cycle routes and walking routes. We've said it needs to connect to local facilities, but we haven't said about it connecting to other, more strategic routes. So thinking if you're building out Hampton Fields Way, then you would have to then provide a thoroughfare to a main safe cycling route to the centre of town. I can't word it for you, but...
Yeah. Joe, you're nodding your head.
Yes, that's fine. I think that's in there somewhere, but I get your point so we can have a look.
Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of pedestrian cycle provision, might need to beef things up a bit. We've got a great number of new town roads that were built over 50 years ago that still don't have pavements even to this day, and we've got a lot of very cheap and cheerful cycle provision, mixed mode pavements that have been put in the last 20 years, or simply parts of the road that have been painted with a dotted white line with a bicycle in it. I would like to see in this policy a commitment, which I believe would be in accordance with LTP4 that Hampshire County Council got, that we should be looking at more dedicated cycleways and more dedicated off-road pedestrian provision. Where these things do not exist, people fall out of the habit of walking and go in the car.
Yeah, that's noted. Good. Okay. Any final comments on CN9? No. Okay. So we are halfway through, roughly, in that we've done 2 blocks. We've got 2 left. It's just gone 8:30. So I propose that we take a 5-minute break and then come back here at 20 to 9 and then proceed through the final 2 blocks. So I shall see you here in about 5 or 6 minutes' time. Thank you. Right, is everyone ready to restart? Everyone refreshed and ready to go? Just waiting for Matt.
Maybe he's still hobbling around.
Maybe he's not coming back. Well, we'll begin with it without Matt because, Joe, you've got the pleasure of introducing this next batch of policies on environmental management and climate change. What I would say as well, perhaps without wishing to preempt what you're saying, is that this is where the old EM10 would have sat, and I think all of the councillors would have this afternoon received this from Joe, which is the document that maps the old EM10 against the new policies which sit in MP11, MP12, MP13. Now, I'm conscious that we haven't had a lot of time to review this, given it was only sent this afternoon. I know a number of councillors work, so they probably wouldn't have had an opportunity to go through this in any detail. What I propose is that we give it a try, but if any councillors are dissatisfied with that, we can pick anything up next week. So I think that's valid, given the lack of opportunity we've had to scrutinise that paper in any detail. So we'll give it a go tonight, but if there are any points that people subsequently want to make in the next meeting on the 17th, then I think we will make sure that there's time, and I'll communicate that to the chair. So is everyone happy with that? Councillor James.
So will we discuss this on its own or against one of these policies?
I propose we discuss this against policies MP11, MP12 and MP13 because they're the ones that it's mapped against, and we'll have a go at that tonight because these policies are on the agenda. If subsequently after this meeting you come back and read through it and you come up with more questions or more comments, then we'll make sure that there's time next week to do that as well, because I'm conscious that we've only had a few hours to scrutinise this, and there's quite a lot of it, and it's quite technical, so it's probably not enough time. I'm being advised by officers that we can't carry it over to next week because we can't adjourn this meeting again, and next week's meeting, the agenda for that has already been set. But what we can do, I'm told, is submit written questions or written comments after this meeting. So let's try and cover it off tonight as much as we can. If anyone does have any further comments, then they can use the written channels. Councillor James.
Why can't we adjourn this meeting again? What stops us from doing that?
So as we've explained, so the meeting next week, the agenda's already been published. So that's obviously considering the town centre strategy. If you adjourn a meeting, it has to be for this, to continue this one particular item, if you like, and there's no further dates available before we go into PERDA, effectively, for another meeting.
But you could have a meeting, then close the meeting, then start another meeting where we've done that before in relation to two, so you're having the same meeting on the same night, but you'll open the meeting, do the business, close it, and then start another meeting.
Can I suggest officers have a think about that? We'll crack on with this meeting, and then we'll find before we get to policies MP11 through to MP13, we'll have decided on whether that suggestion is possible under the Constitution. So, Joe, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the next group really are to do with environmental policy. So they vary from sort of landscape to biodiversity, green infrastructure. So a lot of the policies that we already have in the plan, which have been updated. But there's also a few new policies as well in that section, which are picking up on particularly pertinent local issues and things that members have raised to us through other meetings, such as a particular specific policy on the River Loddon. There's also a policy now to designate local green spaces and things like that we didn't have before. Obviously, we've done the climate change policies already, so we can skip past those. Design policies, as the Chair has already talked about, and there's a few other new policies as well towards the latter end of this section, again picking up issues that I know are close to the hearts of many members, such as internal space standards, things as well. And then it picks up a couple of other ones like pollution and historic environment, which are just updates to the policies that we already have.
Thank you, Joe, for that introduction. Okay, so let's go on to EM1, which is on page 280. Comments on the green box. Councillor Peter first, then Councillor Carr, then Councillor Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. It starts with the development will be permitted only when it can be demonstrated through an appropriate assessment. So, if you come to point H, one example I'm giving you, the character of the borough's rivers. This appropriate assessment we mentioned here, is it an evidence-based assessment or a paper exercise? That's my first question. And, how we can connect this first point and H? Because if you carry out an appropriate assessment, I don't think no development is going to get permission. So, what sort of assessment we are proposing, and how we are going to connect these 2 points?
Thank you, Councillor Peter. Does someone want to have a stab at that one? How does this assessment look? Joe, thank you.
These are criteria that we will use to assess individual planning applications as they come in. But in terms of looking at the policies, you've got as an appendix to these papers a sustainability impact assessment or appraisal, which looks at the impact of all of the policies on sustainability criteria, so the impact on environmental issues as well as social issues and economic issues. And it does look at that to see whether this policy overall will have what outcomes it will have. And it concludes that there will be significant positive outcomes for this policy relating to those objectives. So that's how we do that, and we look at all of the policies in that same way to see what their actual sustainability credentials and what impact they will have.
Sorry, again, but if the assessment comes, it demonstrates a significant negative impact, then how we are going to address those issues?
Joe.
So we would look at that in terms of updating the policies and addressing anything that comes out through that process to make sure that our policies are as strong and as positive as they can be.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Hello. 2 points, please, Chair. The first relates to EM1C. When we're talking about important views, I'm keen that we recognise through the local plans some of the recognised important views that we've included in our neighbourhood plans. So I'm thinking particularly Berkeley, East Woody, St Marybourne. We identify particular key views that are of interest. And I wonder whether we can say perhaps particularly those important views recognised by communities within their adopted neighbourhood plans. The second point I'm keen to raise is a bit of a hobby horse. At H, I'd like us to include the River Enbourne so that we get good recognition of that within our policy framework. We obviously have a good policy emerging here on the Loddon and the Tess, but I'm keen that all of our important river landscapes are recognised.
Thank you. Noted by officers. Okay, good. Councillor Mahaffey.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is one of those rock and a hard place questions. It's the same as we currently have strategic gaps, and we're now saying valued landscapes are identified on the policies map. Trouble with that is the unintended consequences is developers go elsewhere and say, clearly these are not valued landscapes, and it puts the pressure somewhere else. I don't know what the answer is to that one, but I've seen it happen already, and it does worry me.
Okay. Anyone want to have a go at that one?
I mean, we are very aware of that, and that is something we've discussed with members before, but I think there's been a consensus among members that they want us to look at that in more detail and really highlight where those particularly valued landscapes are. So that's a bit of work that we're doing.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on EM1, the green bits, or the white pages? Nope. Okay, let's move on to EM2, strategic gaps. Any comment? Well, this is a one-pager, so we'll take this in its entirety. Councillor Golding.
I'm really struggling to imagine a circumstance where B would be relevant, because the whole point of having a strategic gap is that it's there and it's strategic. So any development, therefore, would compromise the integrity of the gap. Could you explain your thinking so I can understand, please?
Yeah, Ruth, and then Gary, then
It's
Councillor.
actually development is in activity that requires permission, and in some instances that development might actually be really quite passive stuff. It could actually be, walking and cycling infrastructure or other associated infrastructure. So it doesn't necessarily mean development in terms of big buildings and those sorts of things, but I appreciate your thinking that it would be potentially leading to that. But, there's all sorts of wider landscape and land uses which might constitute development for the purposes of the planning system. So I'm just throwing that out there as an answer for tonight, but we can have a look at the point though.
Thank you, Ruth. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering how large is a strategic gap going to be? I mean, take Dummer. It's got the golf club, Handsome Fields, and maybe a warehouse at Junction 7. There's not going to be a lot of a gap left. I mean, it's going to coalesce with the rest of Basingstoke. How large is the strategic gap?
Try answering that one, Joe.
I can only say there is no definition specifically of the size of a strategic gap, so it depends. In terms of where the boundaries as such are for those gaps, we will be bringing that back in June when we talk about the sites, so you will be able to see exactly where we're proposing those gaps to be.
Councillor McCormick.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I think what I'm going to say has been touched on already by Councillors Golding and Watts, but I'm struggling to understand how we can put together a local plan where we already have quite large strategic gaps between Basingstoke and Oakley, Basingstoke and North Waltham and Dummer, and then we're going to put 9,500 houses on there by all but obliterating these strategic gaps and making a mockery of our existing settlement policy boundary. I don't know how we can square that.
Joe.
I think we touched on this before when we were talking about sites, the site assessment process that we looked at back in September. I mean, that is one of the factors that we look at when we see which sites are favourable for development and which ones aren't. So it's one of the many criteria that we look at. I mean, through this local plan review process, we are able to review those gaps as part of it. So that is part of the whole decision-making process. But those gaps are very much still there. We still take them into account, but we take that into account with all the other factors and balance that.
Thank you. Any other comments on strategic gaps? Councillor James?
Again, pick up on that point. I suppose I'm struggling with it as well, that we're talking about the gaps at the moment, but we don't know where they're going to be. And we had historic strategic gaps that everyone really valued, and then suddenly we're saying that they're going to move, and we can move a gap and move the development, and I'm just struggling with that. And it's sort of, I suppose it's a bit like having the water study, that we've got a policy here, but we haven't got the evidence, and I'd like to understand what these gaps are going to look like. And Gary said, what size are they? Is it a couple of foot? Is it,
Not a couple of foot. No.
I think Ruth's going to come to our rescue, and no, she's not. No, I mean, that's something we will talk about in June when we actually come back and define them. The reason why this policy is in the papers at the moment is really just to sort of agree the principle again of having strategic gaps. It's more about that rather than where these individual gap boundaries are at this stage. Okay. Ruth, anything you're nodding along, so you're happy with that answer. Good. Okay, let's move on to EM3 then. Thames Basin Heaths Special Protection Area. Well, let's do this one, excuse me, in its entirety as well. Any comments or questions on this? Nope. Okay, we'll move on to MP5, Solent Protected Nature Conservation Sites, / nutrient neutrality. Any comments, questions on the green box, please? Councillor Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Here again, I am struggling to understand the nutrient neutrality because still at this stage we are struggling with the nutrient-rich environment and water bodies. Then, when we have new dwellings and developments, this will become worse and worse on a day-by-day basis. So then there will be a significant effect on protected sites. Then here, how we can demonstrate or how we can ensure that there will be no significant effect on the protected sites due to these new developments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, all developments that come in now that are within the River Test and Itchen catchment need to demonstrate by showing a nutrient budget calculation of the impact of any new development on the amount of nutrients that will end up in the Solent. The Council then produces what's called an appropriate assessment, which is part of the habitat regulations, and that is, we consult Natural England on that, and they approve it if it's showing that there will be no extra nutrients going into the River Test and Itchen catchment, which then ultimately ends up in the Solent. So developments will only be allowed in that catchment when they can show that there will be no additional nutrients added. And there are various ways that that can be achieved. It could be achieved on-site or through off-site mitigation by changing land use and acquiring nutrient credits.
So in reality, there will be more nutrient. So if at this stage, if you are, if we cannot achieve at this stage, then how we can achieve that target when there will be no more nutrients? That's my question.
Sorry, would you mind just repeating that? I didn't quite grasp that point.
What I'm asking is, at this stage, we are struggling with the nutrient-rich environment in our water bodies or whatever. So when we have more dwellings and developments, there will be more nutrients coming to our environment or water bodies. So then, how we can, or definitely there will be significant effect on protected sites. So I don't understand how we can or how we can ensure that there will be no significant effect on protected sites. That's my question. So I don't think it is realistically. I don't think we can achieve it. That's my doubt.
We've been aware of this issue now for probably 18 months, and there has been a backlog of planning applications where they haven't been able to demonstrate that they can achieve nutrient neutrality. Nevertheless, some planning applications have now gone through, and it may be through on-site provision, so it may be through use of a packaged treatment plant, it may be through extra green infrastructure. The most common means is by changing the land use, so taking out land out of agricultural use, which has quite a high nitrogen-intensive input, and either creating woodland or rewilding it. So although this is a new policy, we have been operating a policy based on actually the biodiversity policy and nature conservation policy. So it has been implemented in a form because Natural England have flagged up that there is a significant impact from any new development. So it can be demonstrated. We're requiring it at the moment, but we need to set it out more clearly in this new policy, because we need to work as well, which we're doing alongside other authorities in Hampshire, on creating strategic mitigation solutions. So there's particularly small developments and brownfield site developments where it is very hard to achieve nutrient neutrality on site, that they may be able to buy credits from a more strategic mitigation site. So it is achievable. We have been working with a lot of other authorities in Hampshire which have a similar issue, and solutions are coming forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor James.
I welcome this policy, but in relation to this chalk stream, why are we have a policy for this and not for the river test? You know, we recognise this has been a significant importance as a chalk stream, but why this and not the river test?
This is applying to the river test and Itchen catchment because that ultimately discharges into the Solent, which is where the protected sites are, and they're internationally protected sites. The other waterways either go to the Thames, they're in the Thames catchment, so it's not having the same effect on protected sites there.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. I had really a request that when this policy goes into the local plan, it might be accompanied with some maps demonstrating the protected areas, because I have residents in my patch who have small sort of housing applications that are being caught by the nitrate issue. And I think if I could point them in advance to, you know, where the areas overlap with their homes, that would be very helpful. I'm very pleased to see in white text, paragraph 4, the point about double counting is very welcome. I had one point of clarification in the green text. Development will only be permitted where the council is satisfied. Is it effectively where Natural England is satisfied, and do we need to say that explicitly?
We get advice from Natural England, but we're the responsible authority that make the decision on it, so it does need to say the council, really.
Councillor Golding.
Really quick one. I just wanted to welcome the last bullet point in 3, where neighbourhood plans would be invited to identify schemes. Because, like Councillor Carr, I've had lots of little applications that have been caught up in things, and it feels like quite a nice creative way of doing it, but also benefiting the wider community by building up the biodiversity zone or things like that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments on MP5 with the green box or the white pages accompanying it? No, in that case we'll move on to MP6, the River Loddon, which is a new policy, so it's all highlighted. Any questions or comments on that? Councillor Peter?
Again, about River Loddon, basically we all know that nutrient level as well as chemicals levels in the river is well beyond the approved limit. Example, phosphate levels are 6 times higher than the maximum permitted limit, and there are many other chemicals also there in River Loddon. And when we build new homes, there will be much more sewage inflow into the River Loddon. So this is a serious issue, and it's not addressed here, and there is no clarity how we are going to respect and enhance the special quality of the River Loddon.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anyone want to have a go at responding to that one? I think it's... Go.
Thank you, Chair. This policy has been introduced in light of consultation and members' comments, but it does reflect a lot of issues that are covered in other policies. So there are specific policies on landscape character, water quality, flooding. So a lot of the issues are picked up through there. So issues like sewage and water quality is picked up in the policy on water quality as it has been in the current adopted plan. So this is a bit of an overarching policy really for the River Loddon, but it will work with the other policies on specific topics.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on MP6, either the green box or the supporting white papers? Yes, Councillor Carruthers.
It's not specifically on this policy, but it was more just on the comment that was just made. We've got a few of these overarching policies in here. It would be really useful in that case to have in here perhaps reference to the policies that then go into more detail, just to help us make those links and get that information.
Good idea. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Dillay.
Just on point 5 in the white, it says that the area is within so the whole policy here is just within the area of the fluvial flood zones 2 and 3. I believe that's quite a small corridor. Is that right, or could it be widened?
The flood zone varies along the River Loddon, bearing in mind the different character of it and that it's culverted in some places but is quite open floodplain in others. So the extent of it does vary. We did give some consideration because there's various ways or areas that this could be applied. You could have it very narrow along the corridor, but that's not a very specific term. The River Loddon catchment itself is very wide and extends beyond the borough boundaries, so that doesn't seem an appropriate means of applying it either, because you'd get some applications that really are a significant distance from the River Loddon. So, although it's not just applying to the flooding issue, we did consider this and decided that probably the flood zones were the most appropriate area.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next one then. EM4, biodiversity, geodiversity, nature conservation and biodiversity net gain. Comments on the green box, quite a few. So we'll do Councillor Mahaffey, Councillor Peter, then Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm guessing that this policy was drafted by somebody else other than different from the other policies, because I'm really quite enthusiastic about this, and I'm not talking about the content, I'm talking about the language. It starts with development proposals will avoid significant harm. There will be no adverse impact. Development proposals will be required. Applications for development must include, which I think is the sort of language we should be using throughout, and I think this should be the template for all the others, because I'm looking at the next one along, and then it says the council will support proposals which seek to improve. You know, there's no use of the word should in here, there's no use of the word which aim to or which seek to. It's very positive language, and I think this is a good one.
Yep, that's noted and agreed as well, personally there. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, I'm struggling to understand this full green box, because it says point A, there will be no adverse impact on local populations of key species or the loss of deterioration of key habitat type, including irreplaceable habitats, so on. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, I think this is totally incorrect. So I'll explain a bit. So this here it says there is no significant impact or damage on key species. So what we mean by key species? It can be any organism, from animals and plants to microorganisms, that holds a habitat together. The key species varies depending on each individual habitat. In this case, so we all know that we are seriously losing biodiversity at present, and is a serious global concern. When we convert our greenlands into residential developments or new dwellings, definitely we will be losing biodiversity. So here we are saying there will be no adverse impact on key species. So I have a couple of questions there. The first question is, did we carry out a study to categorize these species? The second, if yes, if we carried out a study, then which are these key species? And here I think we have to rewrite this as a whole, because definitely, so it says there will be no significant harm to biodiversity. But that is totally incorrect. There will be harm to biodiversity, and we will be losing, I would say, thousands and thousands of species. So I think as a whole, this is incorrect.
Thank you, Councillor Peter.
Thank you. The term key species is defined in our Landscape Biodiversity and Tree SPD, along with key habitats. So it's fairly clearly set out which is it's an umbrella term to cover legally protected species and species of importance in England and notable species in Hampshire. So the appendix of Landscape, Biodiversity and Trees, SPD, does define it.
Sorry, but still, we all know that there will be serious damage on biodiversity. So then how we can say that there will be no impact on local population or biodiversity? So I think that is totally wrong. So we should say there will be serious impact on local population of key species.
It might help to just explain that the policy will be used to assess applications that come in for development. So the criteria in here are to make sure, exactly as you're saying, that there isn't a negative impact in terms of these things and that key species are protected. So that's the purpose of this policy. It's not a strategy as such, it's making sure that new development that comes in meets these criteria and these things are protected.
Thank you, Jay. Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question really on point little f on page 74, page 288. The ecological connectivity. I mean, it was quite comprehensive what was there before, but I would like to see that beefed up a bit because we really need to have a strategic overview of connectivity stretching across the borough. At the moment, that doesn't quite cut it for me. It just says, oh, there'll be a bit of ecological connectivity between sites. I'd like to see something a bit more comprehensive and forceful there. Where we've got strategic gaps, we need to make sure that the strategic gaps form part of this connectivity so that we have corridors that go from one side of the borough to the other and interconnect with other natural corridors, because if we don't do that, we're not really going to be having a big enough effect on arresting the decline in biodiversity that's afflicted this country for the past 70 years.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Is that picked up in the Green and Blue Infrastructure Strategy Policy, which is next, the EM5, or is there generally an issue here?
It is partially, and in the Green Infrastructure Strategy, but it also, ecological network mapping is set out in the Biodiversity SPD, but it's also evolving with the local nature recovery strategies and work that Hampshire and HBIC will be doing for that. And with the biodiversity net gain, I think that's something that we'll be looking to improve ecological connectivity and enhance the network that we've got now.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the green bits of EM4? Nope. In that case, we can move on to the white pages of EM4. There's quite a few of those, all the way up to 293. Any comments or questions there? No. In that case, we will move on to the aforementioned Green and Blue Infrastructure Policy, EM5. Comments or questions on the green box, please? Nope. Comments or questions on the white supporting text? No. In that case, we'll move on to MP7, Local Green Space Designation, which is a new policy, so everything there is highlighted. It's pretty much in its entirety the green box. So let's take comments on the whole thing. Comments or questions? Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious about the criteria for having the local green spaces listed, because I can think of numerous other local green spaces in and around Basingstoke and Deane that are not on that list and could potentially be at risk from development in future. And I'm talking about fairly small green field size bits of development which have amenity value for the local residents. One example that is listed there, LGS 035 on page 300, Lower Brook Street Pocket Park. I can think of at least half a dozen examples in my own ward of small bits of green that could be built on because they're close to roads. Bernstein Road, Copeland Close, Beethoven Road, Strauss Road, Gershwin Road is a big park there that's not listed. Coates Close, Porter Road, Southam, there's a park in the Berg Estate that's not mentioned. Sandys Road's got a park that's not mentioned. There's green space by Winchester Road. We've got bits of Winklebury that are at risk of being built on, a park near Carisbrook Close. There's a park at Oaklands Way. So I'm not altogether sure why. I mean, 86 looks like a long list of numbers there, but for parks and green spaces. But I think there's probably a number approaching that of small but at-risk green spaces in all our estates. I mean, thinking about Popley as well, there's at least 2 I can think of in Popley that are not listed there, and there's quite a few listed from Popley. But every time we go through a Sheila in a local plan, these bits of green come up and say, oh, I think we might want to build on these. Well, can we not put a stop to this once and for all with a policy statement? Because we need those green lungs. People do use them in the borough, for exercising dogs or kids playing ball games or whatever. And we are trying to become a fitter nation, and these green spaces are part of the way to do that.
Thank you, Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Chair. The sites that we've assessed to date fall into basically 3 categories. There's sites that were promoted through the issues and options consultation. There are the sites that were identified as valued parks and open spaces. I think it was about 2013, which we've assessed. And there's also sites that are in neighbourhood plans, which aren't local green spaces, but might have been identified as important open spaces. So that's what we've assessed to date. There will be opportunities for more sites to be promoted through the Reg 18 plan, and the intention is not for every green space to be included as a local green space. The criteria are quite specific, that they need to be of particular community value and demonstrably special. So that isn't the intention, but that's why we've assessed the ones we have to date.
But can members suggest spaces in their own wards that we think should be included in the future draft of this?
Yes, they can, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I just wanted to sort of draw out that conversation. So I like the phrase we have at the end of White Text 1, local designations will be supported. I wondered whether we needed to move that into the green box and actually create a mechanism explicit in the local plan for how these local green spaces could be brought into effect. Because I can see we can promote them through the local plan, we can promote them through a neighbourhood plan, but if a community in the meantime wishes to designate a local green space, I think the policy needs to create a mechanism which contains those categories in explicit terms so that the borough can then consider as perhaps a decision how that would be implemented, because otherwise this policy, while well intended, is not comprehensive and not future-proofed.
And I think there are those wards where there aren't neighbourhood plans where communities may want to designate land as well. So, sorry, Anne, over to you.
It is specified specifically in national guidance that it can only be designated at local plan and neighbourhood through local plan and neighbourhood plan. So it's only at this time and through neighbourhood plans.
Okay. Did you want to follow up there?
Just a quick supplementary then. Could we have an explicit question in our Reg 18 consultation seeking to pull that out? Because I don't want this opportunity to be missed, given they will come round so infrequently.
Thank you. Yes, noted. Councillor Golding?
So can I just check, the Basing Common doesn't seem to be on there, which feels like a glaring oversight because it's quite a big and strategic green space, I would say. I appreciate it's not in my ward, but it was my lockdown walk route.
I can't recall that one specifically, but as I say, it would only have been, it wasn't promoted through issues and options, and it would only be if it was a valued open park and open space, and I don't recall the tiers. So those ones were, a number were recognised as valued where it was an area of particular deficit of green infrastructure. So it isn't by any means all of the parks and open spaces.
Thank you. Any other final comments on EM5? No, sorry, MP7, local green space designation. Councillor James.
I just want to say a really big thank you in relation to LGS 055 and LGS 057. Thank you for listening to our submission and in relation to the issues and options and giving that the protection, and thank you for that.
Great. Okay, let's move on to EM6, water quality. Any comments on the green box? Councillor Peter.
Again, here, in terms of water quality, new development should incorporate sustainable drainage systems. So point 8 explains, but it doesn't say how we are going to achieve that, that water quality. And my question is there any specific guidelines to achieve this water quality? Yes, and also, at the moment, the main concern is sewage inflow to our water bodies and rivers, and here that particular problem is not addressing here. So I don't know how we are going to improve the water quality. Still, at the moment, we are failing to achieve the required standard and quality, and then how we are going to achieve that in the future. So here we are saying, through sustainable drainage system, we are going to improve the water quality. But I don't think that is something is going to happen, because through that way I don't think we can improve the water quality.
Okay. And do you want to have a go at tackling that one?
Thank you. SUDs are one way of helping to improve water quality, but they're no means solving the problem. And sewerage, as you're aware, the water cycle study is looking at the capacity of the infrastructure and the environmental impact of new development and on all of the water quality, and that gives a detailed assessment. This policy is ensuring that should water quality decline or deteriorate, that is flagged up and that is dealt with. And we had an example of that working with when there was recent data that showed a potential deterioration, and we had communication with the Environment Agency who confirmed that we didn't need to take action because of growth, and that showed that this policy was working in that incident. But no, SUDs are one means of demonstrating it or helping water quality, but they certainly aren't the only means that's required.
Yeah, basically, here when we say sustainable drainage system, is there any specific guidelines for that sustainable drainage system, and is there any set parameters for that? So, can you please?
I believe that Hampshire County Council, as local lead flood authority, have some advice on that, and I think there's some advice set out in the strategic flood risk assessment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on EM6 green box? Nope. Any comments or questions on the supporting text on the white pages? Nope. In that case, we'll move on to EM7, managing flood risk. Any questions or comments on the green box? Or any comments or questions on the supporting white text? No. Okay, so we move on. We've already covered MP8, MP9 and MP10 as part of the first block of policies, which takes us on to these three new policies, or three updated policies, MP11, MP12, MP13, which came off, or collectively the replacement for EM10. Now, we debated a bit earlier as to how we were going to play this, so let's attempt to do this tonight. I've taken advice from officers, and I've been told that we can adjourn this meeting again if we need to. However, we have to be quite specific. So next week's meeting, with the agenda already published, has to start at 6:30. We can adjourn. If we adjourn this meeting to after that meeting, we'd have to set a specific time for the adjourned meeting, which would mean we'd have to set a time limit on next week's meeting, which I don't think we want to do because I think it's going to be quite difficult to predict when that will happen. So I think the only option for us is to adjourn this meeting to just before next week's meeting. So hear me out, Councillor James. So what I'm going to suggest we do, if everyone's happy, is if everyone is willing and able to come in just before, so maybe let's say 6:10, we will adjourn any outstanding EM10 matters, and we can debate those within that 20-minute time frame. Then we will close off that meeting and start the other one at 6:30. Is everyone happy with that? Councillor James, I'll let you comment.
You can ask for the committee next week to consider certain things. So we can ask that it considers certain items.
I've been told that can't happen because the agenda for next week's meeting has already been published and we can't change that.
Well, it's exceptional circumstances within that, isn't there? You can do that under exceptional circumstances.
The advice I've been given is that we can't. So if we want to do this, I think let's go for this 6:10 option. That gives us 20 minutes to debate. We might not even have to, but let's give ourselves that opportunity.
So can I ask, rather than getting into this because it'll waste time, let's leave EM10 and discuss it next week because I just need time to read it. I haven't been able to look at it.
No, I want to go through because we've got these other policies, MP11, MP12, MP13, we've already discussed, they've been here, so we've had a chance to view those.
Yeah.
And next week we'll pick up any outstanding issues that arise from mapping across to EM10, if that's okay. That way we can keep it to 20 minutes, which means we don't have to get here too early because I'm conscious that people might have other commitments. Councillor Golding.
I unfortunately can't attend next week, so my strong preference would be to try and cover as much content as we can this evening.
And that is my intention too, but I want to give people the opportunity, given that the document only came out today. So does anyone have any objections to having a 20-minute slot next week in case there's anything that overflows from this particular part? No, in that case, officers, are you happy for me to do that? Okay. Fine. Okay, so that's agreed. I'm also just been pointed out that it's rapidly approaching 9:30, which means that if we want to continue, we need to suspend standing orders. I propose, given where we are, I propose that we keep going until 11 o'clock at the absolute latest today. I don't think we'll need to do that. I'm confident we'll wrap up sooner, but if I can get your permission to continue on to 11, and if we finish before then obviously we will. Councillor Watts.
Why can't we adjourn next week's meeting? I mean, I'm exhausted, to tell the truth, and I can't continue, really. Certainly not to 11 o'clock. Why can't we continue this next week?
I think the concern, let me discuss, I think there was
your decision, it's not officers.
Well, I need to take advice because the challenge we've got is that with the PERDA period coming up, there's only so many other dates that we can do this. So bear with me for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm told we are going to struggle to find an alternative. So if we adjourn this again, we might not be able to cover off the town centre. So I'm going to propose we continue on. We'll suspend it until 11. I would hope that we can get it done within the next hour or so if everyone's willing. So I think we'll continue that in that case. Okay, so let's get cracking on with these ones. So we'll start off with MP11. Comments, questions on the green boxes, please. Comments, questions on the supporting white text. Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I think I would have been heard anyway. So I think it's a fairly game stab at replacing parts of EM10, which is a well-used reason for refusal at development control, I hasten to add. It's good to see that we've got some reference to the energy consumption and climate emergency, because I think that needs to be like a thread of rock through all our policies now. I mean, it's really urgent now, the climate emergency, if it wasn't before. I'm just wondering though, this is a policy, and I get the impression that the other policies kind of hang off the back of it. What really is in there to protect community interests? It's got some very high aims about rural character and things like that, but where you've got a particular application that might be contentious, where a community says, well, this is not a particularly good design, it's not in keeping with the area, how could this policy be used in place of EM10?
Thank you. I think that's one for Ruth.
I'd probably use the NP 13, the actual building design policy, which you're going to get to shortly, and you might use it alongside other policies, but you'll find that NP 13 is actually obviously a sound policy for reasons for refusal in relation to design.
So thank you, Ruth. Councillor McCormick, you can ask a question again after we've covered MP 13 and see if that answers it. I think what we'll do, so as that question has sort of prompted a debate here, I think it might be worth Andrew just very quickly going through that note that Joe sent around earlier, which does a comparison and maps EM10 to these three other policies. So if we go for that first, and hopefully that will help answer a lot of these questions that are emerging. So Andrew, I'll hand you the floor.
Yeah, you want me to kind of talk through it basically. So I've got it on my screen. I'm not like surfing the web whilst you're all kind of considering this. So if I just run through it. So obviously I suppose the way EM10 works to me is that you start off with a kind of higher level set of considerations. I think that point one is really looking at the urban realm more broadly and urban design considerations more broadly. And then obviously you come down to a more detailed set of criteria, I would say, that applies at a more micro level in part two of the policy. So that's really the reasoning for why MP11, MP12, MP13 follow on in the way that they do. They essentially seek to follow through that conceptual format, flesh it out, add some more detail. So we would say that in a general sense, these policies are actually giving you more of an opportunity to respond to communities' views on development, concerns that you might have at Development Control Committee, that sort of thing, and hopefully give you more detailed criteria and set out a more detailed and positive framework for assessing design solutions. Hence, you'll see that the current elements of EM10 are scattered amongst those three policies depending on where we feel that they sit. Because, for example, in EM10, in some respects, it will, in one clause, it will conflate a building design issue with a broader urban design issue. So, sorry, is there a question? You want me to?
No, go on, please. Yeah.
Okay, so really, again, it's a bit like what we talked about with CN7, CN8 earlier. We're really just trying to kind of rationalise the kind of conceptual aspects of these policies and hopefully then allow them to be applied more robustly. So if you look at things like well-connected, accessible, safe developments, again, totally sensible, and that bit is mainly going into MP12, which is looking at, it's called site design because it's really about the layout of new development. So any scenario where you've got more than one building, really, we would call site design. It's not called layout because that's a bit too limited, that's a bit too narrow. It's trying to imply that urban design covers a broader range of subjects and issues. So you'll see a lot of the first part of the policy, part one, going into MP12, because this seems like the broader part of it is EM10 at the moment. So again, you'll see things like accessibility, that's in MP12, but things like You've got other policies, of course, coming in for issues around adaptability, as we've talked about earlier. Streets, public spaces, that's an MP12 area. Efficient use of land, where you've actually got a specific policy, MP15, on that, just to complicate matters further. But again, that allows that issue to be addressed in more detail. Things like coordinated comprehensive scheme, again, totally sensible. That's in MP12. Minimising energy consumption, we talked about that, very important to retain it. Obviously, you've got much more detailed policies about that now, and much more technical policies. But this is trying to make sure that that is integrated into design decision making, and that from the outset, this is part of the broader design of the scheme, kind of a holistic understanding between sustainability considerations and design, essentially. So when you get into the second part of the policy, though, you're going to get that split a little bit more evenly between MP12 and MP13, because, again, there's some things in there which are very much specifically about layout, and then you've got some things in there which are much more about specific design of buildings, for example, visually attractive as a result of good architecture. MP13 obviously specifically addressing that and trying to address it in more detail. So that's basically the way that the relationship between the policies work. I don't know if you want me to go by kind of blow by blow, but given your timescales, that might be unhelpful.
I think we can look at it within the individual policies. Any questions on what Andrew just said? Councillor Mahaffey, Councillor Golding, Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. This whole thing of EM10, 11, 12, 13, this, I think, goes to the nub of my question about this entire plan, is we've got two arguments here. Officers have argued that EM10 is now gone as a policy, but it is distributed throughout the other three policies. Therefore, it gives us stronger arguments. I have huge respect for your professionals in this area, and I respect your opinions hugely. However, last week we heard very passionate arguments from, again, experienced individuals who were saying taking out EM10 and distributing it actually makes it weaker. And I'm really stuck now because I, have less experience than all of these people that are making this argument. And this goes to, we had a discussion at the end of I had a discussion with Ruth and Joe at the end of last week's meeting, that my request is when this goes to Council, officers are going to ask, I assume, is this legal? Is it robust, and can it be enforced? That's one question. I would like another question to be asked completely separately to say, does this make it stronger or does it make it weaker? Because that's what's going through my mind, and it's not just in relation to EM10, it's in relation to all of the other policies. Do these words give us a stronger argument and better weapons, or weaker ones? And I really do think we need two separate legal opinions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's noted. I think that's a fair point. Councillor Golding.
I have to say I agree with Councillor Mahaffey. I think for me, especially having had several planning applications in my ward go to appeal recently, I think the concept of having more policies to kind of reject an application against does seem to make a lot of sense on the surface, but I'm obviously not a lawyer. So I would really appreciate having a very specific question about it to Council. But on that note, I would suggest we probably don't spend too much longer talking about the ins and outs of EM10 or not EM10 as a committee, because I think none of us are going to be that well qualified.
Thank you. Councillor James.
I haven't had time to look at this, I think it's it's quite crucial that we sort of iron this out, because this is one that everyone's really worried about, and I'm trying to understand it. So, in relation to the old policy, in relation to, if we look at C on the old policy, have due regard to density, scale, layout, appearance. Where is that exact words elsewhere within the policy?
Yeah, that's one where we haven't copied across the exact wording, because in the new
that's
policy,
why I looked at that one, because that's one we use quite a lot, and it's not the same words.
Yeah, because we're referring to context in the
So
new
tell me which. So I would be looking at B on.
What you would really, context is referred to throughout the new policies, and that would be the preferred wording of an urban designer, because context is quite a wide-ranging term. it's a very holistic term. For example, you could argue that C is currently too narrow. For example, does that cover everything you might want to consider in relation to context? Councillor Carr mentioned like views through the countryside earlier on, for example. Is that something that you would consider part of the context?
So if we let me just read it so everyone understands. So in C it says have due regard to the density, scale, layout, appearance, agricultural detailing, materials, and history of the surrounding area, and to the relationship to neighbouring buildings, landscape features, and heritage assets. And then it goes on, and then you look at B, it responds positively and creatively to the context, is visually attractive, and it carries on B. Now that is something very different to me, and I don't think that is the same. So I have concerns because EM10 is very important to us as members in relation to planning. So I don't think that, and I haven't had time to really analyse this, and I don't think it's fair for us to do this piece of work now.
Well, I think we carry on because we have seen the new policies, and we will have an opportunity next week to pick up on any gaps. So I am going to keep going. Ruth, you had your hand up, so do you want to respond?
I just wanted to reassure members that we're at the process of actually formulating these policies. And so in considering these 3 design policies that EM10 has now become, is actually just part of our iterative work. And it's possible that as part of the Regulation 18 consultation, we'll be exploring whether these 3 design policies achieve the design aspirations of the borough, and if there are, arguments around how they're, otherwise shaped, that would actually continue to be part of our work, going forward. So tonight, in terms of EPH, you don't necessarily have to have agreement in the room as to whether 3 policies or the existing EM10 is the way forward, because we're going to be seeking advice in relation to that and reflecting on the comments that you've all said. So I'm not diminishing the work that my colleagues have already undertaken in identifying where the bits of EM10 have gone to, but I just wanted to reassure you all that spending time tonight debating where those bits have gone, we hear your concerns, and that's work for us to take away, but it's not something you need a solution around.
Okay, so with that in mind, any comments, questions on MP11, either the green box or the supporting white text? Councillor James.
So I pick up on that point that I said in relation to B. It's I don't think it's as strong as it was in the EM10. So I'd just like you to go back to in relation to the whole policy really, and think about it again in relation to EM10.
That's been noted. I think Ruth has said that the team will already do that, but thank you for making that point. Any other comments, questions? No. In that case, let's move on to MB12, site design. Any comments, questions on the green box? Any comments or questions on the supporting text in the white pages and the diagrams? Is that a hand, Councillor McCoy? Sorry, Councillor James.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The thing that I'm struggling a bit with is, if we have a particular site design, what's the impact on the immediate vicinity, boundary, etc., etc.? So the little F in the green box, boundary treats the visible street scene, respond positively. Yeah, that's great. But then I'm struggling to reconcile that with the background text. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any kind of. There's some positive examples, great, but how are we going to guard against negative examples?
Is there any of the officers who want to take that one on?
I was just going to say, by refusing them, through the assessment process, and by refusing to accept that as an acceptable design through pre-application processes. So what the policy actually does is it sets the aspiration and direction that the council wants to go in. So that's the mechanism that we have. It's through our decision making.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on into MP13 building design. Any comments on or questions on the green box, please? Any questions or comments on the supporting text and images? Yes, Councillor James.
If I just pick up on the images, it says examples of development in Basingstoke with strong and clearly identified character. In relation to the image of Spindle Close, all of those chimneys, which are fake chimneys, are all leaking, and there's major problems, and there's shared ownership, and those people in there are in dire straits. And in relation to the ones that are social housing, they're all coming down. So I would really want this image to be removed as an example, because it's not a good example.
Yes, agreed. I think that's been noted. And Councillor McCormick, your earlier question referred back to, you were referred to take a look at MP13. Are you happy now that question's been answered within that? Good. Okay. Let's move on then to MP14, and we'll take this one in its entirety because it's quite a short one. Internal space standards for new dwellings. Comments, questions? Councillor McCormick.
Yeah, I would like to see some hard numbers here. One of the things we've grappled with before is what's an acceptable standard for a flat? Now, we're a bit nobbled here in that a lot of the conversions that have gone through of former industrial units have been under permitted development. So one of the earliest ones was Weller, which has turned out to be one of the better ones. There was also an awful lot of conversions and new builds in immediate adjoining the Weller building. Then we've had some completely we've had some fairly disastrous ones. I'm thinking, for instance, the Barclays Mercantile building that's now Churchill House, where we had the problems with the bin collections. Council refused bin collection, so the landlord just brought in a private collector and charged private taxation on top of the council tax that residents are already paying. And also things like Ashwood Park in Winklebury, where there's an awful lot of cars now clogging the narrow entranceway that goes into what was previously industrial park. So the internal space standards, part and parcel of the problem is we get high density development that we can't fight in some cases, it's permitted development, but we do need to put a stake in the ground saying we need to have a minimum number of square metres, I don't know, 30 or something like that for a property, and I don't see that here, and I think we should have it.
Andrew?
But basically the nationally described space standard sets out those specific floor space requirements, and it does apply to flats, and that really is the only ticket in town really where we have to use that standard, and hence you just refer to the NDSS, and that's as far as you can go, and that's all you need to do in order to achieve the goals that you've set out.
Okay, so we can't go above, we can't be more prescriptive, we can't be tougher than the national space standards?
Not if you want to get it through an examination. No.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to a potentially quite controversial one, MP15, density of new residential development. Councillor James.
Thank you. I have lots of concerns about this policy. In relation to one where it talks about density optimises, and I'd like to draw people's attention to little a and the map on page 658, where it's talking about 150 dwellings per hectare. And if you look at that map, the Basingstoke town centre minimum density, I know that the two policies on the town centre have been pulled from this paper, but there's still traces of it here tonight, in the sense that that's a significant area that we're looking at 150 dwellings per hectare. And it makes reference in the underneath the green box and talks about, this policy identifies a range of densities that reflect the accessibility and the potential for intensification of parts of the town centre.
Sorry, Councillor James, can I just ask, given we've got a separate meeting next week specifically about the town centre, can I ask you to save your town centre questions for then?
This isn't about town centre, this is under the density.
No, I appreciate that, but density in relation to the town centre, if we can pick up...
This is in this document before us tonight.
Okay, are we... Okay, fair enough. Okay, my apologies. Yeah. Sorry about that.
So this is part of this paper. So I think it's really important that we understand the town centre and that map, because that's there before us tonight, and we need to make comment, and people need to understand what that means, that 150 dwellings per hectare there. So I'd like us to pick up on that, and I'd like to ask some questions around that from the officers, and about the significant uplift. And there's a sort of and it sort of talks about the NPPF in relation to density, and they're required to do it, but what I'm concerned about that area in relation to the town centre within that map, there's no reference to, it talks about character assessments, but I think there needs to be greater emphasis of that in the green box. In relation to our comments that we made, and we had feedback to say that the new policy is based on detailed analysis by the council's principal urban designer. I haven't seen that piece of work, but what I would like to say is we don't assume that and I think it's an assumption that's going to happen, and I think there needs to be more emphasis in the green box about character assessments. But I think, do people in the town centre know what that means in relation to that? And the other bit that I want to pick up on is the 15-minute neighbourhoods. And the map again on page 658. If you look at that map, Kings Furlong, East Strop, most of the town centre, but including my own ward, Oak Ridge and South Hugh, that's going to be a minimum density. And so in relation to sites that will come forward, there will be this, and they call it sort of a gentle density, so it's going to be much higher density within these areas, and that's a minimum, and I don't want that to be the case. And we've never really had a discussion as a committee around these 15-minute neighbourhoods.
Okay, there's quite a lot there for officers to respond to.
I've got more as well, but as a start.
Yeah.
I can give some brief comments.
Go for it, Andrew.
In terms of 150 dwellings per hectare, I can understand the concern. We obviously want to make sure that it is sympathetic to the character, and that we don't excessively intensify development to the detriment of residents, for sure. The research we've done on this suggests that 150 DPH is actually quite a modest figure for a town centre context. For example, that would be a 4 to 6 story building. You see, in a town centre urban environment, I would say is reasonable and strikes a reasonable balance between looking to optimise density on the one hand without having a detrimental impact on residents and the character of the area on the other hand. So we have thought about this a lot, and the officer's perspective is that is a conservative figure. In terms of
that, then, so are you absolutely telling us that 150 is only 4 to 6? Because when we looked at Woking, that was I think it was 200, but it was much, so I need to know that you're definitely telling me that that's all there will be within this policy.
Yeah, this is where I appreciate if you had more information, it would make this discussion easier. I appreciate that. But for example, the principal urban designer has done a table, for example, where he looks at. So
we haven't seen that piece of work, have we?
I don't think so.
Would it be possible for us to get that in the next few days? No.
we would have to look at it in its totality to see what we can provide and what we can't provide. I think the point of it is that there's lots of examples in there, that the 150 dwelling per hectares is 4 stories, pretty much. We've got lots of examples in there. We can probably provide you with those tables in terms of examples of other developments around Basingstoke Town Centre, which are 150 DPH, which are 4 stories, some of them are 3 stories. So it's quite different to, say, the Crown Heights and things like that, which are 14, 15 stories, which are more like 400, 500 DPH. That's the difference. So the 150 is a lower development, lower density scheme.
I can't believe that there's a piece of work that's been done. So our officer has done the principal urban designer has done a piece of analysis, and it can't see that evidence. It's unbelievable. And this report talks about intensification of the town centre. And then if you look at the map,
if it would help, I mean, we can definitely circulate those tables so you've got examples of that work, so you can see what those figures and those heights look like. We can do that if that helps.
Okay, Ruth, did you want to come in on that as well?
I was just going to say, it's one of the things that we've been talking quite a bit about as officers, because these sort of numbers are like, they mean nothing. And they mean nothing, obviously they mean something to us as professional officers, but they mean nothing to, the majority of people that are going to be reading these policies, which is why it's really important for us with the Regulation 18 consultation to be able to sort of show visual examples of that. And so what the officers' work has been doing is looking at examples within the borough that might be reflective of those sorts of densities to give some informed understanding of that. So when we actually do our Regulation 18 consultation, we add meaning to what 150, dwellings per hectare actually means. So that was one of the things that we were thinking about in terms of how we approach, I suppose, communicating this very technical policy into something that's understandable.
Thank you, Ruth. Andrew, you wanted to chip in as well?
Yeah, just one quick comment, just to come back to your point about 35 DPH as well. Again, we felt that was a fairly moderate and conciliatory density. 35 DPH is generally what is often expected on a new greenfield development, for example. So we certainly don't feel that would be excessive or an over-intensification of development within the 15-minute neighbourhood areas referred to, and we certainly wouldn't want to overload those areas. It is supposed to be a reasonable balance which doesn't impact on them negatively.
Thank you, Andrew. Laura, we'll come back to you. Councillor McCormick, you had a question.
Yeah, I'm picking up on that theme. I mean, there's also the 2 district centres mentioned, Chinham and Brighton Hill. So I note that's upwards of 35. 35 is a fairly standard housing estate density. Chinham's undergoing a potential regeneration at the moment. What I wouldn't like to see is that as part of that, we decide we're going to cram in a load of flats as a result of this policy. And I can't envisage Brighton Hill being redeveloped anytime soon, but we did see off an application for more flats out the back of the Brighton Hill Centre in the car park but by the loading bay, a very cramped, inappropriate development that didn't make it to DC because the officers decided to refuse it under deferred powers. And I just have some concerns that we might be weakening our ability to defend against opportunistic applications where we have district centres and somebody decides, I think we should have a few more flats here because, well, they're close to the shops and there's buses and things and all their facilities will be provided for. The town centre, I think, in many cases it's bolting the door after the horse has left the stable. We've got over 1,000 new flats being built in the town centre area in the past 20 years. What I would not like to see, and I would like to stress that what I've seen on page 658 does not support it, is intense development outside the core area. Although I do note that the core area, as outlined in the top diagram, Plan 1, and the blue area in Plan 2 don't appear to line up. Plan 2, so that seems to be something different in Plan 2 that's got the top of town included in it. And I think we'd all agree we don't want to see intense development that compromises the top of town. It's one of the few parts of the town, the old town, that we still have left.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Anyone want to respond to that, or is that something that will be noted?
All I would say is I don't think that the policy would necessitate or provoke the need for flats on Chinham District Centre, for example. It's 35 DPH minimum. That's all it's asking for. So it's not saying you have to put flats in Chinham District Centre.
Thank you, Councillor James. Have you had some further questions?
It's just going back to what it actually says underneath the supporting on the green paper. It talks about potential for intensification of parts of the town centre. And if you look at the part of the town centre, it's quite significant. The map is a significant map. And people need to understand in relation to density, even if it is the number that you're saying, 6 story, and it's a significant potential for development. And I go back to what the MPPF says about density. It talks about character assessments, and we haven't done those character assessments, or we haven't seen them. But I think there should be reference to those in the policy, in the green box, greater emphasis that we determine that we do character assessments before we say this is what we're going to do in these areas. So it's almost we've determined something without doing the character assessments first. And it's very clear within there. There is a get out of jail. And if residents in this borough don't want to see high development and, in this way, we need to do that. And is it that we should look at a policy on tall buildings in relation to, so if it is that we don't want to see buildings greater than a certain height, should we have a separate policy or a policy that refers to tall buildings and what we don't want to see? So that we're absolutely clear. So that if we can't say we don't want the maximum is this, that we would then have a policy on tall buildings that we then reflect that, and we can be more prescriptive on what we want from our tall buildings. That's what I mean. Yeah. So that's
We've sort of had this circular argument as officers. You have a tall building policy in a location where you want tall buildings. We're talking about a level of density and growth within the town centre which isn't what I would describe as tall buildings. We're not creating policies to create 12, 14, 16-storey high buildings. So you wouldn't have a tall buildings policy. What we've actually got instead is this actual densification policy. And what we haven't articulated, which is the point that I've been making, is that through the Reg 18 consultation we need to be able to show visually some examples of what those densities and heights would look like. Now, if we end up talking about height, there are ways to achieve densities without action or controls that don't necessarily require you to have a height policy. So there are other mechanisms, which is what the urban designers obviously been working with Andrew on in relation to these policies. It's interesting, we're listening, to your comments, but creating another policy, given that you're all concerned about going from EM10 to 3, you've just said EM10 to 4 by creating another policy, which would be a tall buildings policy.
It's all about the character, though, in relation to MPF.
But every applicant who does a design and access statement for their scheme has to present a character assessment. That is part of your design and access process around creating a proposal. We wouldn't, as a local planning authority, go out and assess every single site in relation to character and then say in the local plan exactly what every single character of the borough is.
I think let's leave that one there, because I think we've made it absolutely clear that there are some serious concerns about density, and I think that is an area where we can focus on it. It sounds like there is more work available. There is more work that needs to be done, and there is some additional information that you can supply to us over the next few days in order to demonstrate what some of these densities mean in practice. Okay, any final questions on MP 15? Councillor Watts.
We state a minimum, why don't we state a maximum?
My understanding is because we can't, the MPPF won't let us, but I'll let a officer confirm that.
Effectively, yes. That's not really what the NPPF is wanting you to do. It's to prevent underutilisation of sites. We could try it, but I think we'd be in a vulnerable position at the examination. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Okay, let's move on to EM11, the historic environment. Comments, questions on the green box? Councillor Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. Last paragraph or last sentence on there, I think we either need to beef it up or get rid of it. Where a heritage asset or assets is or are to be lost wholly or in part, an applicant may be required to provide an appropriate and publicly accessible record of the asset or assets to be lost. That says to me, I take a photograph of it, lodge it on the planning portal and never have to think about it ever again. Or chuck it on a website that I forget to pay the fees for in 6 months' time.
It does look like an item that's been put in there to try and help, but actually perhaps might have the opposite effect. I'm not sure if officers are able to look at that, because that's clearly not the intention. Any other comments, questions? No, we'll move on to the white pages then. Yes, Councillor James.
Can I just pick up on all white papers in relation to what's in the local plan in relation to the monitoring and management box? At what stage will they come forward? So in our local plan at the moment, we've got a box, a separate box that refers to monitoring and management. Under each policy, we haven't got those at the moment. I should have raised it right at the beginning, but at what point do we see those?
Joe?
Yes, that's something we're working through at the moment as we're going through these policy reviews. So they will be updated. There will be a monitoring framework attached to the plan and attached to the policies. So that will be there. We'll need to think about the best time to bring that back to EPH. Yes, because it will be part of the plan that goes out with Reg 18. So the policies will have that monitoring framework at that point. Yeah.
So will we get to see it before Reg 18? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to EM12. In that case, the final policy in this particular batch, pollution and air quality. Comments, questions on the green box? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. The first paragraph, I wonder whether we could strengthen that, or poses unacceptable risks to health, historic environment and landscape character. I'd be quite keen to put those factors in. I think there's not really enough here on light pollution in our dark skies areas. I'm thinking particularly of our AONB. I was hoping we might be able to include some sort of new clause on this point, perhaps suggesting that development in the AONB will only be permitted if there's due regard to the dark skies ambitions of the AONB unit in Hungerford and the management plan that's going forwards. We do have a sort of an issue locally with nuisance external lighting that's 24 hours a day on new homes that are being delivered, and I don't think there's enough mitigation coming forwards in terms of roof lights, timers on lights. On each house, it's not necessarily a big issue, but cumulatively, we're seeing in our dark skies areas a real degradation and an increase in light pollution because this is not sufficiently controlled, and I'd like officers to pick up with the AONB unit in Hungerford to strengthen this, please.
Okay, is that something the officers want to comment on, or is that just for noting? Yeah, go on, Andrew.
Yeah, this policy is really covering where it's going to cause harm to human health. It's kind of very much the environmental health officer's policy, really. Dark skies, yeah, we could cover it, but it would probably need to be in the landscape policy or one of the many design policies that we've got. I'm open to looking at that if you'd like. Yeah, that's an option. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor James. Then Councillor McCormick.
If this is in relation to harm to health, what is meant by in relation to C? Remediated or mitigated? What do you mean by that in relation to that area?
It's really situations where you're going to have some sort of noise impact, let's say, and you need to put in measures into the building to bring that noise level down to an acceptable level, essentially, for human health. basically.
What if you were talking there about air quality? Are we just talking about noise on that one? We're not, are we?
In relation to air quality, it can be anything from filters to scrubbers to all sorts of different mechanisms which the environmental health officers agree in terms of the assessment of the, air quality report or anything that came in with the application. So effectively, this policy enables us to ensure that the right mitigation measures are implemented to meet those, health standards. So,
Councillor James, if you've got a supplementary. No, you haven't. Okay, Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. This is a fairly watery kind of watered down set of proposals, and I think I know why. Because if we wanted to put firm thresholds for things like ambient noise, like 80 decibels or something like that, which is health and safety in work, or air pollution, it'd be really hard to prove that the development was causing that. But it might be easy to prove that putting a development somewhere like next to the ring road or next to the M3 might not be a good idea because of the levels of air pollution. Although I suspect that they're not going to be routinely triggering illegal hazards. I suspect also that there'll be some kind of national policy guidance that we need to follow on this that precludes us from doing it. Picking up the point raised about light pollution, I mean that's a pet hobby of mine, as a astronomer who doesn't really get to see much of the night sky in Basingstoke. I think there are things we could possibly do in terms of some of the other policies to limit the height of light sources. Light really needs to be there at eye level for people walking at night. It doesn't need to be, 5 or 10 metres above. The direction of the light can be controlled. And also I think there's a reason why most villages don't have street lights, and they don't want them either, is to keep the skies dark and not have light pollution. It's a difficult one in terms of lights being on at times of day and how do we control security lights and things like that. I think that can be implicit in the buildings guidance for new build, but I really would like to see some commitment to light pollution, and it is referenced in the white text for this policy, so in a way I'm surprised that it's not in there.
Thank you.
I suppose my supplementary to it and thinking about it is we recently had a development that came forward, and because of the noise from a pub in an existing building, and quite extreme amount of noise, but because this warehouse is going to be turned into flats, they were proposing to put some sort of air conditioning or some sort of system that would then enable them not to be able to open the window. But if we're then thinking about our policy in relation to climate change, and that should we really have policies like this? Should we not really think about this a bit more in relation to that example? I think it's important that people are able to open their window. You could say that the noise has been mitigated because they don't need to now open the window because they can press this button and this machine will enable you to have air or whatever. But I just think, do we want that under our climate change emergency? And should we really explore this a bit better in relation to what we want in relation to development going forward? And do we want development up against a motorway where there's real pollution, but they may do things to mitigate that? I think we need to really explore this more.
Thank you. Andrew, do you want to pick up on that point?
If once I might be able to give you a fairly straight answer to the question. Yeah, our environmental health officer, I think, echoes your views almost exactly, and has put has requested a paragraph 5 in there about being able to open windows, that sort of thing. So yeah, I think we agree with you. I think the feeling was this was a bit of a detail point, which is better in the supporting text. You set out the overall principle of mitigating in the green box, and this is kind of fleshing it out a little bit. This is what we agreed.
Thank you all. If there's no further comments, we'll move on to the final batch of policies supporting the economy. Joe, you want to give us a quick intro?
Probably nothing to add on that really, it's just all the policies are to do with the economy, different aspects of it.
Fair point. So in the interest of time, we'll move on. So EP1, economic growth and investment. Any comments, questions on the green boxes, please? Councillor James?
Just, I suppose when I read it, I had concerns about removing able to successfully and all of that section, and whether they, in relation to what you've replaced it with, is sufficient. And I'm not so sure it is. And was it better to have what we already had there? And so I'd like to have a discussion on that. And I've put down about, and I raised about the character of the area in relation to L, and old J and K.
Thank you. So, yeah, what was the rationale for stripping out that old bit and putting in the new section?
So at the end of the policy, so that kind of that criteria-based element of the policy was specifically related to storage and distribution. It's an element of the policy the inspector very, very strongly advised us to put in and during the last examination, otherwise we wouldn't have been found sound, basically. Now, obviously the intention would be to allocate specific sites for storage and distribution, which we'll cover obviously through future meetings. So hence, I don't think that there's a specific need for that policy in relation to storage and distribution only. However, I think that there could be instances where the council might want to support economic uses that maybe aren't necessarily foreseen at the moment. Obviously, the plan is a 15-year period. We don't know how the economy is going to change, so I think the flexibility is important. So it's a more general exception clause rather than just a storage and distribution clause. I think through the map discussions there was concern that the landscape element to that new set of criteria wasn't as strong as it was previously. In particular, I think the bit you mentioned, able to successfully mitigate the landscape impacts, etc. And I've put that back in at the end, that is now G. So hope that is supposed to be exactly the same wording, and I think it is. It's only intended to provide exactly the same result. What does it say? The proposal says it mitigates landscape impact. I think it's all the same. Got minimised. The only way in which it might be different is because it's covering a broader set of circumstances. The wording needs to be changed slightly to reflect that it's not just for a scenario where it's a greenfield site outside of Basingstoke, for example. It's covering a wider array of circumstances, and the wording reflects that. But yeah, it is intended to have the same result. If it doesn't, happy to change it so that it does.
Okay.
This is we will review this document. This hasn't got to be fit for purpose for 15 years. I mean, we have a review every 15, every 5. So, I mean, I think, you can't allow for every possibility. So we're going to have a review. I'm just...
Yeah, that is an option. You could conclude that you either don't need this element or that it should be tighter. That is an option. This really is simply seeking to provide flexibility to provide a positive way forward for the economy. The NPPF does point you in that direction, most certainly. It does talk about flexibility and needing to be able to anticipate needs which aren't already met. So I think this is pretty much what the NPPF wants you to do and what we'll be expected to do at an examination, but it doesn't spell out exactly how you have to respond to that requirement. So there are other ways. You could say, oh, well, we'll simply rely on the 5-year review process. You could do that. But then again, you might say, well, the NPPF requires that encouragement, and if it was happy with you just looking at it through 5-year review cycles, it wouldn't require that flexibility. So there are options open to you. You could go either way on it. You could tighten that, you could not have it. But I think it's a reasonable balance, and we try to tie it up quite tight with the criteria.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Councillor Golding?
Thank you. I think we've talked quite a lot about having climate change and ecological impact kind of running through all our policies, and I do think they're missing from here. So particularly in the last paragraph, where you kind of get up to Q, it talks about landscape impact, but it doesn't talk about biodiversity impact or carbon impact or anything like that, and I would like to see that included.
Okay, that's been noted, thank you. Any other comments on EP1, either green box or supporting pages? Nope. Okay, let's move on to EP2, employment, land and premises. Let's start with the green box, please. Any comments or questions? Let's broaden that out then to the white supporting text. Councillor Mahaffey.
One very quick one, just reference my comment earlier about 6 months. We've used 12 months here. I think it would be helpful if we were consistent.
Noted. EP3, town, district and local centres. Comments on changes to the green box, questions in the green box. Let's broaden that out to the supporting text. Councillor James.
So in the green box, down the bottom, you got rid of Basingstoke town centre and that bit there. Could you just talk about why you crossed those out?
Okay. Matt, do you want to go for that one?
Yeah, we've removed it from this policy because there's going to be bespoke policies on Basingstoke Town Centre which will address the master planning and development of Basingstoke Town Centre in greater detail. You'll be seeing those in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, 2 policies to go. Rural economy, EP4. Comments or questions on the green box, please. Councillor Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite uncomfortable about this one. I think we've lost an awful lot in the strength of it by losing bullet points A to E. And the bit that's been inserted, priority should be given to the reuse of buildings where new buildings are proposed on land which is not previously developed, and it should be first demonstrated there are not suitable buildings available on land owned by the applicant. I live in an area where all of my neighbours have got agricultural forklift trucks and JCBs. Buildings can be made to disappear very quickly, and I've seen them disappeared. I'm not happy with this. I think it's a lot weaker than it previously was.
Thank you. Are officers able to explain why that change has been made?
Yeah, this is another one that I've been very torn on. Part of me, would be much more comfortable with just sticking with the existing wording because it is pretty tight. But the NPPF is very supportive of the rural economy and very flexibly worded. And I've seen other policies from local authorities who are kind of further through the process than us with virtually the same wording as the NPPF. So basically, I'd be quite nervous about going to an examination with the same wording as we've got now, in that it could be considered to be inconsistent with the NPPF, excessively restrictive, particularly as we have a shortage of employment land and hence maybe need to really embrace the rural economy perhaps more positively than we have previously. So it is intended to be a compromise effectively between the stricter wording we have at the moment and the much looser wording of the NPPF.
Yep.
I'm afraid I don't follow that. This wording was the extant wording from the previous local plan, and that was approved in the light of the NPPF. The NPPF hasn't changed, so we're seeking to improve and strengthen our local plan. I don't think that you have done that, and I don't see why it should have passed muster last time, but you're fearful that it will not pass muster this time.
Do you want to respond to that, Andrew?
Yeah, the NPPF I would say is more positive about the rural economy now. It's looser in terms of restrictions. So I would say the NPPF is more supportive now.
Has it changed?
Yes.
Yeah, there was an update last year, I think, to the mid last year. Okay, any other questions or comments? Councillor McCormick.
I was just picking up on Councillor Mahaffey's comment about agricultural JCBs and forklift trusts being made to make buildings disappear quickly. These things can disappear quickly, as the rural crime victims will testify. So sometimes these need new buildings of their own because they tend to get bigger over time. I think we need to take into account the needs of the rural community in this, and it is a bit wishy-washy, this replacement paragraph. But I would like to see a bit of flexibility in there. And also, I mean, I'm not sure if this really is covered under rural economy, but we really ought to be looking at what can be done in terms of the innate biodiversity wealth of the rural economy. I would like to see something of that nature in there. And also, how do we encourage non-vehicle transport in the rural communities? There are additional challenges there to what we have in the urban community, where you've got a bus, fairly regularly most parts of town, or most places within walking distance, but walking or cycling or riding in rural communities requires well-kept footpaths and bridleways, and the maintenance of that could contribute to the local economy.
Thank you. Any immediate thoughts on those points?
All I could really add is that, as you kind of alluded to, isn't really something you can really cover through a rural economy policy. I take your point. It's definitely helpful if you've got those things for the rural economy, but it would be the convention is that you couldn't really have that broad a definition of the rural economy, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mahaffey.
I'm sitting pondering this, and the more I think about it, the more convinced I am that I would like to see it stay. Could I request that when we have an OC review of this, that this is particularly highlighted as to whether or not the existing words would pass muster against the revised version of the MPPF, please? Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. Any final comments on EP4, either the green bit or the white bit? No, which means we'll move on to the final one, EP5, rural tourism. This is quite a short policy, so we'll take in its entirety. Councillor James, anyone else? And then Councillor Golding.
So in relation to what was picked up by the public at the last meeting, there's no reference within the document about walking and cycling, and should that be in there? And there was reference to the aims and objectives of the AONB, and a management plan, and should that be picked up here? And also the reference to preserving the characteristics of heritage and supporting that. And I don't know whether we shouldn't really be picking something up about the chalk streams that we have here.
Yep. Thank you. Yes, all points raised by speakers last week. Is there sort of any immediate officer comment on that, or is that something you'll go away and have a think about? Okay, lovely. Councillor Golding.
Funnily enough, I also wrote notes from last week, and that was the same point I wanted to pick up. Other than that, I think you might have a typo for Laverstoke Mill.
Well spotted. In all those 600 odd pages that we've read, to pick out a typo is good going. So thank you for that. Any final questions or comments? In that case, I think we've reached the end. It's just getting on to 10:30. So thank you for all that. It's 4 hours. It's obviously an incredibly intense 4 hours, but we've done it. So we will officially adjourn the meeting till 6:10 next Thursday, when we will pick up any outstanding issues, particularly in relation to the mapping of EM10 to the new, or to the updated MP11, MP12 and MP13.
Order on that one. I might struggle. I'm quite comfortable with EM10 as has been discussed. I might struggle for 6:10, but could I ask that the main meeting starts at 6:30?
It will, yes. That's exactly why we've done it. Okay. Thank you all for that. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. We'll see you next Thursday. Take care.